Okay, welcome to the 7th round of the Rilton Cup 2024. I'm sitting here with my co-host, Jesper, and I have a question for you.
Yes.
What do you think about today's round?
Well, first of all, it's only 3 rounds left. So this is one of those crucial rounds. You could say that every round from now on will be crucial.
Yeah.
Because now it's only 3 people
Yes.
that has got, what is it, one loss or 2 draws. And
I think it's 4 people, yeah.
Is it 4 people?
Yeah, the
I'm
4
sorry.
top, yeah.
Okay, 4 people. So now it's really crucial to start to show that you are in best shape and so on. And also, of course, it's interesting to see Bassam that lost, clearly highest rated player, lost to Axel Falkevall, the promising Swedish
In the second
talent,
round, yeah.
but now has worked himself back.
Yeah.
So, of course, that will be a very interesting game to see if he will continue his winning streak.
Mm-hmm.
Beside this, I just want to tell you a little bit of a story that happened before the round.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I saw that 9 first boards of this tournament, before everyone arrived, like 5 minutes before, all of those 5 players that were in, sitting down, they had this hoodie on.
Oh, gamers.
Exactly, like gamers. And then Tiger Hillarp, that was one of them that had this hoodie.
Is he a gamer also?
No, I don't think so, actually. But he tries to follow the chess fashion. Mm-hmm. So this is what I try to establish now.
Okay.
What kind of clothes to wear when you play chess.
Yeah, okay.
He said to Kaido, that also had a hoodie on, of course.
Right.
I know what clothes to wear when you want to be in the top in the Rilton Cup.
Okay.
And then Jakob Seeman, at the same time Jakob Seeman came on the first board, and of course he had a hoodie on.
Yeah, he knows how to do it.
But Amin, he was not in place.
No.
So the question is, what did he wear? So that will be one
You mean
question.
Bassam, yeah.
Bassam, yes, of course.
I would think he does not sport a hoodie, but who knows?
Who knows? Maybe for this round he knows the chess fashion.
Maybe he surprises everyone.
Maybe. Okay, that was just a small, important chess fashion question, to discuss as well.
So we can sort of we can see who is serious or not.
Exactly.
Yeah. Very, very good. But we are not too serious.
Exactly. You could say that we are falling out of the latest chess fashion.
But on the other hand, we don't have to make any moves.
Exactly.
We can only talk.
We do our best anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we should start. And again, we have this fact that Bassam is a little bit late to the game.
Yes.
And I think it's because he's actually staying at this hotel.
Yes.
We are playing here at the Continental, Scandic Continental in Stockholm, very centrally placed.
Yes.
Right by the central station. And he has lots of time, but these elevators can be quite full, and sometimes it takes.
Well, we all know that those who are closest, when we were at school and so on, those who always came late were those who are closest. Right. Yeah, so maybe that's why.
So we only have one move.
Anyway,
so we have to actually go to the second board.
Yes.
And here we have a line we actually talked about yesterday.
Yes.
So we have Toms Kantans, grandmaster from Latvia, playing against Leon Livac from Croatia.
Yes.
And Kantans is a little bit older than Livac. He is 30, I think. Livac is 24. And
both, you could also say that I think that both players have played quite well so far. Very solid. And they have showed great understanding of different types of positions, both strategic and tactical. So I have great hopes for this game.
Yeah, I think it will be an interesting clash. So E4 was played, and now C6. The Caro-Kann again. Let's take this one. And D4, D5, and now we get this advanced variation again.
Exactly. Yes.
Once again, and now we see the Botvinnik move here. One of the moves here, of course, or maybe the most popular move is to play bishop to F5.
Yep.
And we've seen that, but here we got C5. And as you said yesterday, white should take the turn.
Yes, because if you do not take, then normally black will get more like a favorable version of the French.
Yeah, let's say we play this. It looks very normal.
Yeah.
But then black can do some maybe he moves the bishop or just maybe the knight like this.
Or just take on d4 and play bishop f5 and they should be absolutely okay. That's also possible.
Yeah, you can take it if you want to. This is perfectly played. And you get, as you said, you get the French, and you can put the pawn here. And then you get the weakness here, of course.
As always,
you
but
cannot,
still.
you cannot get everything. So anyway, in the game, e6 was played after d takes. I think e6 is the safest way if you want to take back the pawn.
I would say it's almost, every time, because I play this with white, always when I meet this, they play e6.
Yeah.
But here, on the other hand...
There is an interesting, just a little trap, just to show, because if you play like this move, white can play this, and then after this move, you can actually play this. Because I think if you take here now...
You can take on e5.
You take back.
Yep.
Surprise. And then you have this check. And black has to give the queen, and of course white is winning.
Yep.
So it's not so easy to take back the pawn.
But
if you play e6, I think that actually gives the pawn.
Actually, what is happening here is that white now wants to keep his pawn.
Right.
That is that's the basic idea.
Yeah.
And black will do everything to either take it back or get some kind of other compensation.
Right.
And the classical moves here is, of course, when you take this kind of pawn, the e5 pawn might be weak. But also the bishop on e3, covering up on c5, can be on the focus for black with knight e7, knight f5, or knight h6, knight f5. They're classical moves as well, So
there is one setup white can choose, and that is to put the pawn here and then even put the bishop here.
Exactly, and then play b4, of course.
And then you play b4 and you go out and you just protect your pawns, and black is allowed to move his knight here and take on d4, but then you just take with the bishop, with the pawn like this, and you get this enormous center here.
Yes, but of course there are lots of theory in this line,
lots of theory.
And I can't say that I have found any clear advantage for white.
No, some people claim that there is a clear, but then you see some game and suddenly it wasn't so much of an advantage. So white also has to be a bit careful, but because sometimes if he plays too hard to keep the pawn, he might give up something, give some nice play for black. Okay. Let's jump ship here.
Yes.
We go to we have this young Bogdan Bilovil.
Oh, this is the Norwegian version.
Playing against Kaido Kulouts. So we have a Ukraine playing black, Ukrainian black player, and we have a Estonian white player. He has played many Riltons, I think, and he's played many tournaments. Kaido has played many tournaments in Sweden. So here you have a choice. I think the most popular move is castles.
First of all, this was popularized by Simon Agdestein, I think, if I remember correctly.
It goes way back.
But at least when it came back, I think it was Simon who wasn't it, if I remember correctly.
But I think it's there is a saying that no real Norwegian chess player avoids this line. You play it at least once in your career. And Magnus has actually played it.
I'm sure
once, at least.
Of course, as a contribution.
It's just proving your nationality.
Yeah. Okay.
I spoke to Ferdinand actually recently, and he said he thought that this is the best move for white, and he had analyzed it. Of course, black can take on b3. You take this one, and then you have this queen move. If you don't play that, then it's just bad for black. You have to play this.
And queen e7.
Yeah, but then you can play maybe d4, move the knight back. You put your bishop on e3. You castle. I think black is losing too much time in that line. I think this is the line, something like this, maybe here. I don't know. Well, Ferdinand anyway, he said that he thought this was the best. This would give white an advantage.
Okay. So Ferdinand normally, when it comes to this type of openings, he's right. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's actually
he wasn't that. He was maybe not as certain as I sounded now, but he said he thought that after castles he said this is not very much because black can just this, and he said black can also play with f6, and he thought this line with f6 and you get this pyramid.
Slav, but on the king side.
Yeah, it's moved. It's shifted to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And he claimed that was a good system. There is also the idea to take on d4, but then white gets play. But he castled. He didn't take.
Actually, I remember when I was young, I was analyzing take on f7 with the bishop and then take on e5.
Yeah, you can do that.
But
yeah, I don't think it works.
It's not so strong.
It's not
100%. It's interesting, but it's not more than that.
Yeah, for a bullet game.
Yes, with the hoodie on.
Yes. Okay, so castles and d6 was played. You don't have to take immediately.
Mm-hmm. But let's see how much time Kaido used. Okay, a little bit. So
yeah, a few minutes.
It was more a question of if he was prepared for this line or not, But okay,
we haven't studied Bogdan's opening repertoire, so we don't know. Maybe this is the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm sure Kaido has not checked it for a while.
Of course.
But I would say if I was white, I wouldn't be too worried because it's not a fantastic opening for black.
No, it's more like you can have a position where you can have good chance of equalizing, but that's of course you never risk anything with white, in that sense.
It's not really a sharp line. It's a line to survive. I don't know.
But okay, let's this will be followed, of course.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So now we jump to the next game, and here we have the first Swedish player. He's on the board for that's Tiger.
And he had a hoodie on, just so you know.
Yeah, and he plays Heberla, Bartolome, strong Polish grandmaster,
who won a very drawish endgame yesterday against his young.
I think we called it a draw like maybe 10 times.
Yes,
and we refused to analyze it.
Yes,
and then Heberla said, "Wait a bit." And then he won. Well, it was a draw for a long time.
Yes, of course.
But he did what you should do. And he was playing a young guy, not so experienced. Mm-hmm. He was just, grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding. And finally, the young guy just... he got into some time pressures and things like that. And in the end, he lost.
And as you say, the longer the game will continue, the more experience is important.
Right.
So... Okay.
Anyway,
so let's see.
So Tiger plays knight f3, very solid opening. Knight f6, g3, e6, bishop g2, d5, castles,
and bishop d6.
This is called the King's Indian attack.
Yes, I would say that I think that Tiger has studied Heberla's opening repertoire, because Tiger wants to have like dynamic positions, and I think that Heberla, as long as at least what I have seen, has got quite a good solid repertoire that he knows very well. So Tiger tries to get at least some kind of position where there will be a lot of play, and this is what you get. Just like Bassam, like is playing this with white as well. You always will have more interesting positions with dynamic possibilities, and this is what I believe that he tries to find.
Yeah. And it's like a little bit of a cat and mouse game, because white makes these 4 moves and then asks black, "What are you going to do?" And he's not really revealing what his intent. No. But there are so many setups. White can play with b3, or he can play with d3 and e4. He could even go d4 and c4. There are so many ideas, and or he can just play c4. So bishop d6 was played. And now Tiger showed his cards a little bit with this move.
And in one way it's logical, because quite often when you have this type of position, the bishop should be on e7. I mean, it's not a huge thing, but quite often you want to have the bishop on d6.
I was thinking about that when he played bishop d6. It's maybe not the most common move.
No.
But it could be an idea maybe at some point to go e5 and maybe put this here and So after c4, Heberla castled kingside. And I don't think we should spend too much time here.
No, please.
Let's jump. So here we have interesting game against this Leonardo Costa, 16-year-old from International Master from Germany, playing against Khan.
A Swedish...
I say Kusuksari,
Kushuksari.
Kushuksari,
That's what I say. But
Yeah, but C in Turkish is ç, right? Like chan and so on. So Küçüksaray, yeah. And let's see how this started.
Because the opening started a bit strange.
Yeah, Costa started with E4, C5, and now we got a very unusual sequence.
Because normally when you play D4, you are going into the Mora gambit. Instead of taking with the queen.
So you play C3 here.
C3 exactly.
But you don't see that very often. You don't.
No, that's correct. But I would say that queen take D4 is even more. It's even more unfashionable if you put it this way.
Yeah.
Because now, of course, after knight C6, white needs to use a tempo, moving away the queen.
Yeah. And this happened in the game, of course. He played knight c6, bishop, queen d3, g6.
What is in this position? What could happen sometimes? Of course, what white is doing is that white is trying to get out of the theory. That is normally the main purpose. That you don't want to have this classical theoretical battle. But beside that, white also can have sometimes the idea of playing with c4.
Yes.
Knight c3 and this kind of structure. And black, and you control the center. Black will have the black squares and so on. But also, of course, you can play like in the game that will happen with, simply develop your pieces.
Let's look at that. So, c4 is definitely an idea to go into this Marozzi binds situation where you, with the pawn on c4, you control the important squares in the center, and you try to build a big center. And
quite often the tempi, if I put it this way, is not so important. So you can normally play it. Okay.
So anyway, he went with knight c3. Sort of, it's like an open Sicilian, but with a very strange queen placement on d3. And there was normal, I would call these normal moves. Here he makes a slightly, a little bit not expected, I would say.
No.
Unexpected move.
Yeah. Because
I'm not saying it's bad, it's just unexpected.
No. He's probably studied, because I think he has got, you can see on the time, that this is something he has prepared.
Yeah. So what he does is he plays this move.
And what he wants is black to take on d5, and most likely he will take with a pawn.
Yes, that must be the pawn.
And now, it's not completely
now
clear.
If black makes this move, then unfortunately there is a check here.
Exactly.
So this is a little bit of a trick. Maybe not super important trick, but still it's a trick. So you cannot really take, because after this, you don't want to. You could go here, but I guess you take it. And now, if you take with the bishop, you could go for another trick, which is this. A pawn, but same trick. Nasty.
You're so
nasty
tricky.
Stuff, yeah. Yeah, I like these types of tricks.
Who does not? When you can make them, you will be happy.
But
okay, so
Khan he plays also a very interesting. I mean, you could play, for instance, castles. You couldn't. You cannot.
No, that's of course okay. But I must say, but then maybe bishop g5 could be played.
Yeah, of course.
But I must say I like this move in a way, knight d7, because now you are ready to play a castle, e6, and so on. So. In one way.
Do you think that the fact that Khan most likely is a bit out of book here, that he plays a move that is, it doesn't look like the normal move, just to get out of?
I'm not sure.
Preparation.
I cannot say actually.
I cannot say.
I think it's more like what is logical from his point of view.
Yes.
That's it's more like that. I don't think he's considering so much this kind of other aspects than that.
Okay, so white played c3 and now e6.
Yeah.
Now this is a move with positives and negatives. The good thing is that he drives the knight away. The bad thing is that d6 now will become weak.
Yeah. So the question is now, for example, knight e3, because the knight c4 is, but I guess knight de5 is the move. I think so.
Knight c5, maybe it's not.
Queen c2.
Then you probably can go here, and it's not clear what you've done. But I would say this is a possibility, of course.
Yeah.
but more.
At least I believe that, but
Yeah,
I guess he takes. Knight takes.
takes. Yes.
Knight takes and queen c2. Yeah.
And then we play.
And then we play. And then maybe... Because I also know that, you know, if you play f4, the knight needs to go back to c6.
Yeah.
So it's...
I mean, White has easy moves in a way. He can castle.
Rook to d1.
And then he will play the rook to d1.
Mm.
And maybe at some point f4.
But also
maybe
knight
at some
c3. Exactly.
knight c4.
Yeah.
Maybe the bishop goes to f3, the bishop goes to e3, and suddenly White has a fantastic position.
Yeah.
So there are possibilities here.
So you should know that, of course, if you play this type of game, you know, with e4, c5, d4, and then take with the queen, of course, black can equalize. But on the other hand, you are totally out of the book. And if black is not aware of these strategic ideas,
c5,
yeah,
actually.
maybe it's absolutely okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's okay.
Because also the knight on e3 can be a little bit in a way. So
and also this, if White can exchange this knight, f4 is a possibility. Now White's knights are hemming in the bishops. This bishop cannot come out here, and this bishop cannot come out here. So on the other hand, how is Black in the long run going to protect? But he can just move his queen. He castles, moves his queen, plays the rook to d8, and
probably maybe queen c7.
At some point he might play b6 and bishop b7 and target this pawn here.
And
so this could be very good for Black.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, let's go to the next game. So now we come down to board 6. And here we have
strange position again.
This Çelik, Hassan Hussein Çelik from Turkey, playing White against the Indian international master Ilan Parti. And we have a strange position already in the opening. Let's have a check. So d4, the Dutch.
I think I was a little bit impressed by Ilan Parti yesterday when he won against Falkevall.
Yeah, he played well.
In the critical moment, he really found the right idea.
He sacrificed this pawn, and then he handled it very nicely.
And now he plays the Dutch, which you rarely see these days on higher level. But on the other hand, this can be an advantage because then, you know, if, not the least if you meet someone who is well prepared in the main lines of these type of openings that the grandmasters will play, then it can be a smart move to go for.
So White goes for one of the sort of sidelines here.
Yes.
I don't know exactly which is I mean, knight f3, g3, c4. There are many moves you can make here. You can also play this Staunton gambit. I don't know if this is considered to be good. I think some people say it's good for White, but I don't know if that's true. Anyway, in this game he played bishop g5, which is a little bit of a trick because isn't it like this?
Yes.
Here and you go. I think you go here and
White e3,
and then you play e3, and suddenly you're
threatening mate on h5.
Threatening this nasty mate here, and then you're going to take the pawn, and so but Black of course does not fall for this. g6.
So now it's more like this kind of Leningrad setup for Black,
right.
With g6, and because of course when you play f5, Black can always play d5, and you get into this more stonewall setup. And normally this is the move you play, actually, d5 instead of g6. You know, this is at least because I play this with White sometimes as well. So then normally it's d5 that is the move that should be equalizing the position more or less. But g6 is more ambitious in a way. And well, let's see. White played knight c3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you could go for something like this, but then you end up in the Leningrad, and I'm not sure the bishop should be on g5, right?
No.
Because then Black can gain tempos with h6 and so on. So, just don't do that. Okay, so bishop g7.
And one thing when you play knight c3, normally that is a signal that White wants to develop his pieces rapidly, and go for some kind of attack. You know, this is. Or at least, you know, so quite often you follow up with queen d2 and maybe even h4 at some times and try to create something, because if Black plays, for example, d5, you want to be able normally to play c4, and now that is stopped. So let's see what happened. E3, okay. Yeah, and
Yeah.
H4 came later.
Now knight H6
This is
and H4. Both players are testing.
because this is, of course, a little bit strange setup for black with the knight on F7, but it makes sense because when you move the knight to F7, you always threaten the bishop on G5. But otherwise, this is not the most common way of playing with
No,
black, of
but
course.
this bishop is suddenly a bit
Yeah.
vulnerable because you
Yeah.
threaten to play like this. The bishop goes back, and then black can play
D6 and E5. Yeah.
and E5 maybe.
Yeah.
So you have to watch out.
No, I like this
So
actually. in a way.
Queen F3 was played.
Also a bit strange play.
C6 and Queen G3. I don't think this is theory, but who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? It might be.
Queen G3. It's strange also, I think. But
So
okay.
possible. Can we see if this is theory? No games found.
No.
There is actually a blitz game.
A blitz game.
Yes.
Very convincing, huh?
Yeah.
Whelp 10.
Yeah. So
I think it's, you cannot say it's the main line at least. Huh?
no.
Okay, it
But
looks
that's quite an effort. I mean, after 7 moves, we are already
Yeah.
out of theory. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
And it's a playable position.
One problem is, of course, that H6 now, then the G6 pawn can become very weak.
Yeah, we can just look at that. Suddenly, maybe black has
Some real problems. Yeah.
actually real problems because the queen is threatening.
And threatening on B8 as well.
Oh yeah. Side threat.
So I would say it's game over, I would say.
I wouldn't say game over
I would say that.
because you can play D6.
And take on G6.
Yeah, and then you have to protect, but you have still this E5 threat maybe. That was my idea.
But are you serious? No.
But I threaten E5.
Okay. Bishop C4.
Yeah, that's a good move. Now you threaten to take this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is not so good. Now you have to play D5.
Bishop D3.
Bishop D3. Yeah, this is not good.
This is not good.
No, of
Okay.
course you shouldn't play H6. I mean, this.
But
is-
okay,
is stupid.
so H6.
But you know, sometimes these things happen. And you have
Okay.
to do something.
So in that case, maybe D6 must be much better in that case, for example, to start with this one.
Yes, I think this
Then
looks
it's at least, you know.
yeah, because now maybe there could be a threat.
Or
At some point.
but you should know. But the classical way of playing this with black is actually to play when the knight is on C3. Normally, black wants to play D5, you know, because then you outrule the knight on C3.
Yeah.
And then white will try to make something like knight E2, knight F4, and so on, but it takes some time. So I think black is actually quite fine in this position. But
the thing is that if you play H5, this is actually very bad due to this, I think.
take on
Take on G6, you take here on H1.
No, but it's white to play. Take on G6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but then
Then you take on G.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
stupid. Okay,
doesn't
I see.
work.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So H6.
so probably you have to, and if you go here,
Mhm.
suddenly you are trapped.
I'm in problem. Yeah.
so-
That's good. Okay.
So there are some. So D6, I think looks very good. This is a game that could end very quickly.
At least if they play on the same level as we have been doing the last
but,
moves.
but I just see that this probably at some point maybe you should do E4 just to release this.
Maybe.
Anyway, let's go to the next game.
Mm-hmm.
The question is how far down and which game. Should we maybe jump that game? And what about this game?
Yeah.
Just, yeah. So here we have an American player, international master, Dean Ippolito. I think I've seen his name. Quite a strong player. International master. He plays against our Hope. Edwin.
Swedish Hope. Yes, Edwin.
Is he 18 or 17 or how old is he?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like
yes,
that, yeah.
Yes.
So
And the thing with Edwin, I spoke to him yesterday. He still have hopes
yes.
and so on. He's coming back from Barcelona. He's been there for 1 year studying and so on. So because he was in my training team
Right.
before he moved, and you know he still has got ambitions, but he also knows it's tough to be a professional.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, he's a strong player, and Edwin also has got something that is very, I would say, tough by the board. And this is something you really need if you want to become a good chess player, is to to take your chances while you're playing, because he has played so much both online and in tournaments and so on. So he's a tough guy.
So let's have a look. He played d4 and knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, c5. You don't see that often these days.
Not these days. But I know that both you and I have played the Benoni with black.
I played this position many times.
Yes. So, but okay, let's see. And then, of course, the question now, as again, just like with this Dutch defense that we saw in the other game, the problem here is, of course, that everyone knows that the way you should play with white here is most likely to play f4 and bishop b5 check.
This is considered the main. I think the main line is like this.
Yeah.
And then you have this nasty check.
And you need to make knight f d7.
And if you play this, then you get into some very troublesome lines, and it's very. I mean, if you study this, you can play it with black, but white is better.
Yes, I played it. I played this actually sometimes with black, and if white, you just have to defend. You could say.
Yeah, you have to defend.
So
the other line, of course, is after check here. You go strangely with this back here.
Yes.
Because if you go, the bishop is not good either, because I think it's the same move, right?
Yes, that's right.
E5 and yeah.
No, it's terrible.
Black's game does not work.
So this is one way of playing that is supposed to be,
but you can play knight f7.
Could be played. White should be slightly better, at least.
Yes.
Actually, now with the computers coming in, the computers, I would say, always said that white is better in this position.
Yes,
quite quickly they say that.
Actually, after 3 moves here.
Yeah.
The computer says it's plus 0.7 or something
like that. I know that. It's not very fun for us Benoni players.
Horrible.
But
he doesn't play that.
But the other version that it's also supposed to be very solid, and where white always will have a slight advantage, is to play knight f3, h3, and bishop d3.
Let's look at the game. So bishop g7, and now there is this line you mentioned with putting this here and
bishop on d3.
Yeah, and you can put the bishop. I think the computer actually puts the bishop on e3.
But that's strange.
That's the best
to me. But
according to the computer.
Yeah.
Well, there is some points to it actually. I think I understood it. I have forgotten it now, but there was a point. Anyway, bishop e2. This is the old main line. This was played by in the old days when Fischer and Tal played the Benoni. White players usually played this setup.
Yes. And also with this setup, the computer says white is better also in this line.
Yeah,
so
but not as dramatic as after f4.
Exactly.
So, so castles, bishop e3, I think is a bit unusual in this position.
Yes.
Is he mixing? Is he playing bishop e3?
This is a bit strange actually, because normally you play h3.
So again, we can check if there is. It has been played.
Of course.
Let's see if there's some. Giri has played it and lost. Aronian, it seems to be some
strong players.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can understand it. You put the bishop, and then you move the knight back here. But to us, it looks a little bit unusual. They usually didn't play that. But anyway, bishop g4 was played
because there is a classical rule when it comes to the Benoni. And that is that if black can swap off one of his minor pieces, then black is okay.
Yeah.
Because the strength that white has got in the position is to have a little bit more space, while black has got some good diagonal for the bishop on g7 and possibilities on the queen's side.
Yeah.
So that's why bishop g4 is normally, if you have the chance, you normally try to do it. Because you can swap off the bishop that could be stuck on c8 otherwise.
There is you can say that this square, there are several pieces that would like to be there. You can have the bishop there, you can have the knight there, but you cannot have both.
Yeah.
So this is the problem. So that I think the old wisdom was that if you manage to get bishop g4 and exchange it for a knight or a bishop, whatever, it doesn't matter. then black is only slightly worse. Isn't that it? Okay, knight d2 takes, queen takes, and then we get this a6 standard idea. And now if white, let's say white would play something like this, then this is considered to be quite good for black. I mean, it's not better or anything like that, but this is what you want.
Exactly. I mean, even if you get what you want with black in the
that's the problem.
You're not better. Better.
You need a real blunder to be. So knight b a4 was played, knight b d7, and now he castled.
Yeah.
And this is where we are at.
And you can say that white has got a solid setup, of course, but black has been able to swap off the bishops.
Yeah.
So in that sense, black is okay.
Yeah.
But white has got the classical space advantage. Black will try to make b5, I guess, to play on the queen side. But it will be like a tough game.
Yeah. Yeah. White is better, I would say, in this type of position. A little bit better, but black. Black has achieved quite a lot, and if you're not willing to play this with black, then you should definitely not play
the Benoni. I would be happy with black.
That's what I'm saying. This is it doesn't get better than this. If white is not blundering something.
Do you still play it, Tom?
No, I actually quit.
Yeah, I thought so. The way you speak about it,
Well, no, it's not true. I have played a few games, but without any success, because you're playing guy and they rattle off 15 or 20 moves in some line,
and then you are worse.
Then you really have to fight to make a draw, and maybe you make a draw. It's too easy to prepare for white, and white chooses the line, so white makes this choice. Black is always making the same moves.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to play. So I've tried to avoid it, actually.
I see.
Okay, so
let's go.
So shall we take this guy?
Yeah, Hampus, we could see it.
Yeah,
I think also. Then we could go back. Also, because Hampus is one of those. Beside Edwin, Hampus is the one who is actually very ambitious with developing and so on. Among the youngsters of Sweden.
He was here and he was interviewed by you, and he said that he was actually only playing chess now.
A professional.
Professional. And you asked him if he was training every day, and then he was smiling a little bit.
Yeah, because I made training programs for him before, and now he has been started to train on his own. So
you just want to see if he's keeping up.
Exactly.
Practice,
keep up the good pace.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see what happened. Here we have Hampus playing white, and he's obviously trying to become a GM.
But I can tell you that with Hampus, because also we had this training camp with Magnus Carlsen some year ago, and Hampus were coming in, and it was impressive that Hampus knew, because also when I had training with him, he knows almost all positions. So he's like he has been very well trained in a way, and so on. So his problems is not with that, the knowledge and so on. So you can see also that normally when he looks at a position, when you analyze with him, he understands what to look for and what to do. Right. It's maybe more like this punch, this to have like this killer instinct and so on that he need to develop a little bit more, But also in these openings, well prepared. In that sense, he's got most of it, Okay, let's see.
So let's see. He plays against this Yasin Sari.
These young Turkish guys. We have a couple of them here in the tournament.
Yeah. And so d4, d6. Allowing white again to make a choice here. He can go for e4 and go for the Yugoslav or the modern.
But you can see the setup that black is choosing here.
Yeah.
This is the way you play when you're in our age. Normally you play the same moves all the time with black,
Yeah.
Because this is a very solid opening for black. Of course, you can go for g6 and bishop g7, go for this kind of King's Indian structure. But if you put the bishop on e7, you have this kind of opening where you can play, almost play it against whatever white will play in the opening.
Yes.
You can have the setup. It will be solid.
Yeah,
you're always a little bit worse because you don't have the space.
It's like the Philly door setup.
Exactly.
But is it called the Old Indian or something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's the same setup. Okay, so g3, knight bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, c6, e4, and a6.
Okay. Yeah.
And now sometimes black goes for something with like b5 to try to.
And what will happen if white plays a4, black will play a5 most likely, huh? To avoid this.
Yeah, you mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you can do this, and sometimes they do this.
Yeah. Even
come here.
Yeah, that's right. Put the queen on c7, rook e8, and sometimes they take on d4 and play knight c5 and so on.
Yeah.
Again, white will have the space advantage, but black has got, in a way, a very solid position that is very hard to crack. So, if I play white, I try to play very slowly, try to build up, but without taking risks, because the dynamics of the black position can be quite tough. Sometimes, with a break of d5 or something like that. So you have to watch out.
So I think we should go back to the start.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's see.
Anna Kramling.
Where is Anna Kramling game? Well, if you are looking at yes, I'm just going to explain it. If you are on leeches, you can just go to the Rilton Cup and you can choose streamers, Rilton Cup streamers.
No, under 22.
Yeah, but she's also a streamer, so.
Yeah.
Isn't she?
Yeah. No, but you just explore the leeches Rilton Cup site and you will find Anna's game.
But the main thing is that she's not playing in the main tournament, but under the tournament with under 22. That's correct.
Right.
And all her games are commented by Pia Kramling, her mother. So she has a very good commentator.
She has her own stream, so we do not spend time on her game, not because we didn't want to, but she's doing such a good job herself.
And her mother.
And her mother, yes.
Yes.
So they have a whole team. They have a guy who's doing the technical side, and they have a commentator, and Anna is playing. Yes. And you can see everything.
And they have much more viewers than us, most likely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will not spend time on that, but we wish her the best of luck and hope she wins all her games.
Okay.
So now we have Bassam Amin with black against Jakub Seeman.
And I must say, how surprised are you to see this structure for Bassam?
Not at all.
I know.
He plays this in every game.
In every game.
With white or black. It's the same.
We saw that. He played quite a good game, I must say, yesterday.
Yeah.
When he won with white in this setup.
Right.
But with the colors reversed.
Right.
So he likes it so much and knows exactly what to do.
And this is an interesting game because Seeman is very young. I think is he 16? 16 years old.
If I remember correctly.
And Basim is like 20 years older, something like that.
Yeah.
He's 34 or 35. So it's a clash of generations, you could say. And
I think that Seeman would be very happy with the draw in this game, because then he has made a good tournament.
Well, we don't know. Maybe he's playing for a GM norm or something like that.
Yeah,
you never know.
True.
He might be super ambitious.
Yes.
So let's see. Knight f6,
big mistake,
c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6. Yeah. The king's Indian defense. Now white plays what I would call slightly sideline here, but I think it's nowadays with computers you can play anything. Castles, knight e2, a5, castles, and e5, and d5.
Yeah. And now you have
Knight
this type
f6.
of position where I think that white quite often plays with f3 in this position.
Yeah, he did f3.
Okay. Because what you want to do is, to put the bishop on c2, the bishop on e3, queen on d2, and have this type of position.
Yeah.
And one of the problems for black is a little bit, because normally it is like black is going for the king side and white for the queen side.
Yes.
But here it's not so clear, because white is in one way ready for both. So for example, if you play like, I think he played a knight d7 in this position.
Yes.
Because sometimes if you play like f5, white might take and go for f4 himself.
Yes.
And you will have like a position where, you stop the attack on the king side with white and can actually start to play for it yourself.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes can be a little bit tricky to find the right.
So let's just make a few moves just to show your point here,
please.
so everyone can understand what you're talking about. F5. Let's say white. You don't have to, but you could play like this.
Exactly. You can choose. Yeah.
And you can go for this blockade.
Yes.
And then let's say black moves forward. You go here, and now you have this beautiful square on d5.
And this is the advantage to put the knight on e2 instead on f3.
Right.
Is because this possibility is arising. Because normally you have the knight on f3, and then this is not possible.
True. So bishop knight d7 was played. And we'll see what happens. But if let's say white would play f4 here, just to show. This was not.
It's not your suggestion, Tom.
Well, maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
It depends on the analysis.
Okay.
Can you refute it?
No.
But
I'm
you
not
would.
sure.
You would.
I
Take,
would take it. Yes.
Because if you don't take, maybe white would actually.
I would absolutely take it, and then I would put my knight on e5, and I'd be happy.
Yeah, and you put the knight here, and suddenly you have these nice knights here.
Yes.
And maybe at some point f5, maybe not. Maybe you don't do that. It depends. Bishop can go to d7. You can just have a nice position, and white's play is completely,
You
stopped.
don't exactly, because now black has got a fantastic outpost for the knight on e5, and white is lacking this type of possibilities for a, counterplay.
And suddenly all white's pieces are quite inefficient. They don't do anything. So the f4 is extremely bad from a strategic standpoint, and it doesn't give white anything. So he shouldn't do that. So bishop e3, I think, is possible. You could do something else also. I'm sure you could.
And then black could play. The other possibilities for black is, as always, you have c6 to make like one leveler. Or you can play knight to c5 or something like that. Yeah. One of the knights. These are more common moves, I think.
Yeah. Black needs to have some sort of idea what to do. I don't know exactly what the long-term plan is for white here, because you're not going to play f4, right?
No.
So the question is, how do you attack on the queen side? I don't think you're going to do g4 either.
Another move that can be possible is also a3.
Yeah, you can do
that. It's just to take away this possibility, because when you play a3, you do not want black to be able to play a4. But with the bishop on c2, this will not be possible anyway. So that could also be a move, of course.
So black could put a knight here, for instance.
And then bishop c2.
And then you play this. Maybe now you threaten to at some point play b4.
Exactly.
I don't know. Let's say you go here.
Bishop e3.
And it's a game.
Because now again, a4 is not possible. Because as soon as a4 is possible, black will most likely play it. So if it was possible, white would play b3 just to avoid that your pawns get stuck. But and we have a game, and it will be interesting to follow. But what is interesting is that Bassam is actually, has been thinking for 25 minutes. But I don't know how late he was actually to the game.
No. But I think it's typical for him. He likes to get into the game, and he's not playing ever, prepared lines. I mean, of course he has some moves in the openings and so on, but it's always ideas, as you saw yesterday when you analyzed with him. It's ideas, and he knows all this. So he always has to work out which is the move to sort of.
But there's one classical plan here. Could also be to play like queen h4, with the idea of play bishop to h6. One of the ideas one of the recommendations.
So let's say, let's make a move for white. Should we go here?
Yeah, maybe.
Now we want to do this.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Maybe, but
Because
now Queen D2 might be strong.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Exactly.
And then suddenly this is a little bit off, right?
Yeah.
So after Bishop E3, maybe.
But
not.
I mean, let's say A3, then maybe Queen H4.
Yeah, let's say something like this. But this looks very strange.
But I just say that one of the ideas that you can work with when you play yourself is always to ask yourself, what pieces do I want to keep and which one to swap off? Yeah. And if black can swap off the bishop on G7 to the one on C1, then normally...
it would ease the situation a lot. So maybe there's a threat to play queen. I'm not sure, but maybe there is a threat to play it. I don't know. Perhaps,
I don't know.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
So maybe bishop e3 is the best because of this.
Maybe.
Maybe knight d7, the idea is to play queen here.
Yeah.
That would be great if that was the case.
That's was, at least, again, in this type of King's Indian positions, normally what you want to do is to have different opportunities and different possibilities. And this is a typical move that opens up for many different ideas, And so...
But it can also be with danger. Let's say bishop e3. Let's say you do this anyway, and white plays this, and then you play f5 because of course you want to attack. Then this comes, and suddenly you're trapped.
Yes, this you want to avoid.
You should avoid this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a bit. It can be tricky. It can be dangerous to play a move like that if you don't really know what you're doing.
But it's typical now that he starts to thinking a bit, Jakub.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah. This is probably not his preparation, this position.
No.
So
no, he cannot have been looking at knight to d7, I believe.
Okay, so let's jump ship. Now we come to this Caro-Kann game. And I think we had this position.
Yeah.
Bishop e3. And the knight d7 came. Bishop b5.
This is typical because black is threatening to take one of the pawns. Yeah. And now you actually simply go for the pawn, like we said before.
Knight e7.
Yeah, typical.
F4,
F4,
I think.
yes.
Knight
exactly.
f5, bishop
f2.
Queen a5,
yes,
knight c3. You have to play that because if you do this, unfortunately you lose a piece.
Yep.
Knight c3 is obligatory. You would like to play c3 to protect the pawn, but you cannot. So a6. Now you have to take, because if you don't take, let's say you go here, then there is actually nothing preventing this move.
Yeah.
And
black is better even.
And white's position looks very lackluster, I would say. Not very nice. So take.
Yeah.
The only thing white has really is the pawn, right? But it's not a bad pawn.
Interestingly enough, because I if I remember correctly, I have actually played this position with white.
Yes.
But I think I played sharp. No, I think I played something. I don't remember if it was G4.
No, that's an interesting move.
Because then after knight h6, because knight to e7, you can probably just play a3, yeah, and then play b4.
Yeah, right.
And so I think that knight h6, then h3, and
let's see. So here and the knight has to go back, right?
Yeah, and then h3, and at least then I had a position where the knight is a little bit cut off from in the position. So I remember, I think I played this. I think this was the way, and then take on c5, queen d2. I think if I remember correctly, this was the game. But it's
interesting.
It's interesting
possibility.
Yeah.
In the game, he played a little bit more
cautious.
Cautious, yeah. And now we see these exchanges and knight f3.
I think this is absolutely fine for black, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
No.
I think I don't think there is. You can see if this is theoretical. No, it's not theoretical.
No, this is. I think it's played strange here.
Yeah, maybe.
Or not so ambitious, you could say, with white.
Yeah. So where should he play better or differently?
Well, at least I think that I cannot say that.
Yeah, maybe your line is.
I don't. I just remember that I think this was played.
Yeah. But isn't there a c3 move here?
Maybe. Knight c6. If I remember correctly.
And then putting this here. No, no,
Bishop takes c5.
no, yeah. Yeah, maybe you cannot protect. This, yeah, it doesn't work here, right? So, yeah.
Sometimes they also, play with the idea of c4 in some positions, to put pressure in that way.
Yeah, there are many ways to play for white.
Yeah.
I think, as you said, this seems to be perfectly okay for black. But of course, white has ideas. I mean, this is like in French, you put the knight on e2, you go to d4, and you play with a strong knight on d4 against this bishop. It's not a big disadvantage for black, but it could be. Sometimes it could be okay.
I mean, you can still play white, of course. So, yeah. Okie dokie.
I think this is a game between two of the strongest players in the tournament, and I think they are both thinking that a draw is probably okay in this game.
Yes.
That is what I think.
Yeah.
They know that Bassam is not unlikely to win against Seaman.
I was thinking about, what about knight to e3?
You really want to go for it?
I just, because my idea was to put it on c4.
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit,
Yeah.
little bit, because knight d4 is would be like a normal move here, But then knight c4 is.
So let's have a look at this. What can we do about this thing?
I would actually be a little bit worried, but
yeah.
Because what move should black play here?
You mean
Or white play? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a knight d4, you can play queen take d4.
Oh.
So even.
No, I was
thinking about myself.
I agree with you. But when you take on b2, I always have rook b1.
Sorry, what move are you thinking of?
Well, that when you played your knight c4, let's say I play queen d4, and then you take on b2. There is always rook b1.
b2. What do you mean on b2?
Well, let's say if it was your move here, and you
okay,
move the knight here,
I see,
and I go here, and
no, I will not do that until.
And you take here, then rook b1, and I will take your pawn.
Yeah, but the thing is, the black has got like b5,
I know.
b4. Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, it's not. You're not threatening to win a pawn here.
No.
But that position might be better for you. I'm not sure. It depends, because the knight on d4 is always very strong. So I think you should aim for something like that.
So the question is, what is the move for white in this position?
I was thinking about playing king e2, but I don't know.
But
then you can take on g2, right?
Yes. Maybe.
So
maybe actually rook g1.
Yeah, maybe rook g1.
No, I mean after king e2.
You mean this and this? Yeah, maybe you're right.
Because it's almost struck. So, but instead, I think knight c4 was the move.
Let's look at that, because that was my idea. King e2 here, and I play queen d4. And let's look at this. I know there are other moves, but let's maybe this is okay for white, because after this move you play this.
Of course,
it's not so bad.
But yeah, even here, I don't know, rook c8.
Rook c8.
Yeah. Maybe.
And now we take
on c3.
Take. You could have, and then we take this
and
guy.
King e7.
And we establish a strong position here on the b file.
And rook c8.
Rook c8. Maybe we put the rook here.
Yeah.
But probably you can go something like this.
This is absolutely okay for black, I'm sure.
Maybe.
Take on c3 at d4. Sorry. Okay.
Well, at least you cannot win now.
No, it's true. It's true. This is okay.
Yeah,
but
okay, this was just.
But there were much better moves. Instead of taking on b2, you should play rook c8.
But knight e3 is interesting. But maybe king e2 is not so stupid.
No.
Maybe not. It looks very strange. But I mean, if you play if you go back, for instance, here, probably you can move the. I mean, you can play this position. You can play some move like this.
But I don't want to. I don't want to. Knight c4 is the obvious move to me. And after queen d4, you can play rook to c8, for example.
Yes.
And now, if you take, I take back, and then I threaten to play, take on b2.
And let's just see
Yeah.
it. So
Sure.
okay, I have to protect here, right?
Mm-hmm. b5.
Maybe you can take now.
Yeah, but then you can take on b6. Yeah, maybe. But even b5, black is more than okay. Now you threaten to take.
Yes, but you say more than okay. You have never played the French. I mean, this is a fantastic knight on d4.
I never played the French.
Have you? I didn't
Yes,
know.
of course, many times.
With black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I still prefer black in this position. b4 or something like that.
And this is not so fantastic for black.
Yeah, this is.
I think
I
you're
would say-
overestimating this completely, because I will, at some point, I might kick your knight and my knight goes
Say
to
the com
d4.
minus.
I think it's even.
Even.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
he tries to be nice to us. Okay.
Yeah.
You know. Okay.
He doesn't dare to say that it's lousy. No, I agree.
But
it's-
you play the French, don't you? Exactly. So you're the expert. That's what I asked you.
Anyway,
Okay.
anyway,
Mm-hmm.
he played knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
So now
You
it's,
see.
now it's crunch time.
Yes.
What do you do? What do you do?
Yes. Exactly. Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next game. I mean, I wonder if White really had, if he was prepared for this, or if he missed this move.
Yeah.
We'll see. Okay,
We'll see.
so we have this, the Norwegian variation.
Yep.
We had this position, and White played
Mhm.
d4, which is, I
Mhm.
think, the standard move.
Mm-hmm.
He takes,
Mm-hmm.
knight takes,
Mm-hmm.
and now
Now you want to play c5, c4,
yeah,
huh?
this is looks good, but it's not.
It's a
nothing.
problem,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's just bad
Mhm.
actually.
Mhm.
So bishop b7,
Mm-hmm.
now c5. I think
It's a threat,
It's
yeah.
a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So this was played.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d2. Promote waves.
And now c5.
Now c5.
I hope you have something.
Well, I think there is something here. Let's look at it.
Is it?
Well, there is this move.
You always play for tricks.
Well, what can you do?
Exactly. In this position, you don't have a choice. No, that's
And
a nice move.
maybe it's nothing.
Yeah.
Suddenly, black he plays
Yeah.
this c5, weakens his
Yeah.
position, and it doesn't
Because
work.
the idea is, of course, after b4,
Well, but then the bishop is not. Then
Exactly,
you
but
have a check here. You can
even
just-
have a check there. Okay,
Yeah.
that's true. You know,
Yeah.
because yeah,
So I think this.
it's a good move.
Yeah, and if you take, of course, now you can take with a knight.
Mm-hmm.
Now the queen is quite good here, and knight c3 you can jump with a knight
Nice,
here,
yeah.
or you can come here, and yeah, lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop d2, interesting. He took.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes, and knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
You can just see if this is actually theory. Yeah, it has been played before.
Mm-hmm. You can
okay.
see that on the time also. You know that they.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
But
Mhm.
I cannot say that I've studied this position
No.
ever. I
No.
don't know that. So okay, knight a5.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, now if you play this, this is always tricky because I guess this will be the move.
Mm-hmm. Or bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Maybe you play bishop.
I think f3. Yeah.
You play f3 immediately.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
because-
right.
Because you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
knight c6.
Yeah, right.
So and then after bishop d5, then you probably play knight c3 or something like that. Bishop b6 then.
Yeah,
okay.
something like this. But what can you castle now? Well, you can take a knight here. I don't know. It's not.
Looks
It looks very dangerous.
at least it looks dangerous. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I was thinking of even playing bishop. Just to play bishop g5.
Yeah.
I mean after castle
Yeah,
on bishop
yeah,
g5.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks very dangerous, and it
Mhm.
wasn't played. Queen c8 was played.
Mm-hmm.
C4.
Mm-hmm. He's a tough guy.
But
Kaido.
but now Kaido he has used lots of time now.
Mm-hmm.
already
Out
half
of
an hour.
preparation, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think he has played, of course, very enterprisingly here.
Yes.
But
I mean, rook e1, for example,
yeah,
or queen e2 or something like that must. I think it feels as if white has got some kind of advantage in this position.
yeah, I agree.
think.
I agree.
Also,
Then-
knight d5 is possible.
And also this knight on a5,
Yeah.
because one of the points with black system is to have this strong bishop.
But what do you
attacking.
do on knight d5?
Knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I guess you could take it maybe
With
something.
good.
Probably.
Tell me what.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Taking it, yeah. No, but I think white is like
Because it's a little bit annoying, at
Yeah,
least, you
it's-
know,
it's
this
annoying.
move. Because if you take with a knight, you probably take with a c pawn, and the bishop is very strange on b7, I believe, you know, and you have pressure on the c side, so that's not possible. Bishop take, you can even in this position you can take with a c pawn,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, you know, because you will have strong,
Yeah.
you know, it's a.
I was thinking maybe could you play something like bishop here?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Could be. And then
But
bishop
it-
bishop g5.
Yeah, it looks a bit strange.
It's, at least it's dangerous.
Because if you take on e4 now, this bishop takes d8.
Exactly.
Then you have to take on d5.
Yeah.
Uh,
Queen take, and you will win a piece. Huh?
yeah, it doesn't work.
No.
Okay, so interesting. But he didn't play that. He played rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
Solid move.
Of course. And now knight e5 is even more threatening, of course.
Yes.
No, I think Kaido has got a good position here.
Yeah,
That's my feeling.
I don't like black's.
The
game
only
here.
thing is this with the time, but you know, if you have a good position, it's easier.
Mm-hmm. So, we will jump to the next game,
Mm-hmm.
and here we have the
Oh,
tiger.
the tiger. You can see the tiger is going for this kind of dynamic play, you know, where
Mhm,
you have
mhm.
pros and cons for both players,
Right, yeah.
with strange positions, you know.
Yeah.
I think that is his strategy. When I can see this, he's a pawn down,
Mm-hmm.
but we have this weakness on the c5 for black.
Mm-hmm.
So my feeling is that this looks quite okay for Tiger, actually. But could we go back a bit just to see what
Yeah,
happened?
we have to
we
see-
had this bishop d6, I think, was the last move. Huh?
Yeah, we had c4,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Castle d4. Yeah.
and now we have entered into something that looks like a Catalan,
Mm-hmm.
which is a possible development.
And here,
H6.
normally, the bishop is on e7, like we said.
Right.
So also h6 looks a bit strange, in a way.
A little bit.
Mm. Because normally you don't have to do that, because bishop g5 is not always something that is dangerous, you know. But maybe, again, it could be theory, but yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it's theory.
Well, it has been played. Then the question
Mhm.
is that theory if it has been played?
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, h6, knight c3,
Mm-hmm.
and now knight c6.
Okay. Interesting idea.
Mm-hmm.
Because normally you want to play, you know, you don't want to move out your knight in front of your c pawn.
It's true.
But it's here you can see another strat. And normally when you play this move, black will take on c4 and then play e5 is
Mhm.
normally
Mhm.
what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I
And
can
it
see.
happens. It happens in the game.
Uh-huh.
Because
Because one possibility, of course, for white is always that you have to calculate with is like if you play c5 and then bishop f4 and go for
Yeah,
this
yeah.
type of
Yeah.
stuff. But mhm.
no, this is a different approach. So in this
Yeah.
game, in this position, he took
Interesting.
and he played e5,
Mm-hmm.
immediately trying to clarify the center.
I'm not sure about b3. I would like to be tougher, but again, as it is most like the theory, I should not, be too.
What do you want to do here?
No, I don't know. I just say c5 is for me a critical move, at least,
But you release the tension.
Exactly.
What you get.
Yeah.
What's the?
Yeah, rook.
But I agree.
Rook b1 and bishop.
B1,
Rook b1, I guess, to go for b4.
Yeah.
And then bishop f4 or something like that. But I guess again, I'm sure it's theory, and Black knows how to.
This is like
punish.
the Levajic game,
Yeah.
Remember that they had this
Yeah.
type of setup.
Yeah. For me, this looks at least a bit more crucial, but more tough. But okay, Tiger surely knows what to do.
So let's see. We have some moves here. He took and he played e5.
And now c5 in this moment.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Interesting.
if you play this move, then I guess Black has a
Bishop e7.
knight. You mean knight? Yeah.
Knight, sorry.
Knight
Yeah.
e7. Even knight a5 would be possible.
Could also
to
be possible.
target this. So
Yeah, maybe.
And here the game looks fine for Black, I would say.
Mhm.
So he plays c5. As you say, Tiger, he likes this dynamic with lots of possibilities.
Mhm. Yeah.
So Black has a pawn up.
Mhm.
But if White takes, I guess you can just exchange queens and place rook b8, and it should be perfectly okay.
Mhm.
So queen c2, queen e7, bishop b2, rook b8, and
Mhm.
knight a4. So here we
Mhm.
are.
Most likely he will move his bishop, huh?
Yeah. I think that's very likely. So you have a few options. The most natural, to me at least, would be to go back here.
I agree.
Because this...
But it could also be bishop b6, actually. But
This is possible. You could even go here, I mean, with the idea of, finding some... I think there are many possibilities here.
Yeah.
You can do any of these.
But what will happen anyway is that White will get the c6 pawn,
Right.
and then we have 2 pawn islands against 3. And the question is, how weak is the c pawn for Black?
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, Black will also, a lot of pieces are swapped off.
Yeah.
So, maybe slightly better for White, I would say. I would prefer to play White because you have an easier plan, but I guess Black is okay.
Yeah, what I like with Black's position is that the rook is very active here.
Mm.
I'm not sure about this knight on a4, so let's say you go here. And this bishop will, I mean, there is nothing stopping Black from getting a very good development here. So it's a tough game. Yeah. So this is the position. So let's go to the next game. We have our 16-year-old German IM, Leonardo Costa, playing against Khan Kuchukzari.
It looks.
And we
What
have
has White done here?
so knight e. Well, we had
Strange.
this position knight c5. We were debating knight e5, knight c8, play knight c5, queen c2, castles, and d5. Not the only way to play it.
But actually, in a way, it's logical.
It's very logical, of course. But there is the alternative, just to play some queen move, c7 or e7, and even go with b6, bishop b7, and trying to attack the pawn.
Because I guess this was the idea with knight c5, is that White is a bit cramped
Right.
with a knight on e3,
Yeah.
and when you open up, you can try to make use of that, and sometimes you even lose the d5 pawn due to this what you see now, but I had one. Could you play c4 and then d4 most likely?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I see. Now knight to e7. Yeah.
Knight d4, rook c8, and he went back. Knight c6. Well, it looks perfectly fine for Black here.
Yes. But what White wants is probably to take on e6 at the right moment and then play with the bishops. But right now I cannot see that you have this type of, long diagonals for the bishop to make them strong. Black has, easy development. So Queen D7, Rook D8,
Yeah.
or Rook E8 or something like that. If you
I-
take on E6,
I think I would prefer black here.
Absolutely. Now you're threatening to take on D4 as well. Knight take D4, and then Knight D4, and it's for sure Black who has got an edge.
Well, black is probably slightly better here.
Yeah, I agree.
And white has to sort of go into damage control
Yeah.
mode. The question is how you do that.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, this
How
is the
would
question.
you? Because I'm not so sure about taking on E6.
No.
Because suddenly you
I absolutely agree.
reinforce the center, and
yeah. No, this is
suddenly F2 is a little bit weak, and
Mm.
yeah, I don't know. But maybe you should do that. I don't know why.
No, I don't like
Okay.
this really. Here in this type of position, I would like to have the knight on F3.
Yeah, I would have liked to have the bishop out somewhere.
Of course.
If you move this bishop to
yeah.
G3 or something, then it's a different.
It
But
would have been
even then,
okay.
it's okay for black. But with the
Mhm.
bishops on C1, it's very difficult. Maybe white has to, maybe white should put the bishop on E1. Is it?
Not now.
No, not what, but in principle,
Mhm.
Uh,
So maybe take on E6, F take E6 and bishop D2.
yeah. But is it possible to play that here? I mean,
And then go for bishop B1.
yeah.
But it's white. White has to take care because black is quick here. Knight E4
can
and
black go for some?
or D4 or Oh, this looks.
This is
dangerous.
nasty, very nasty. Okay, so let's go to the next game.
Mm-hmm. This is strange.
This is the strange Dutch.
It's really strange.
So I think we had something like this.
Mm-hmm.
D6 was. I think we said D6 was probably best,
Yeah.
and he played that.
Well, we are happy.
Castling queenside.
Okay.
Knight D7, Knight
Looks
F3,
normal.
E5, Bishop D3,
Mm-hmm.
Queen A5.
Yeah.
Now it's almost like a modern defense
Mhm.
type of position, right?
With a knight on F7, but
Yeah.
it's not bad on F7. So
A3, Rook B8,
yes,
and H5.
I actually think this looks quite good for black, but let's see.
Well, black has always in this type of position this B4 break.
Yeah, what is happening now on B4?
Yeah, we have to look at that.
That's so obvious. It must be
Knight B1 or
if knight B1 you take on
because
A3?
if you take, maybe you can even check here. I don't know. Well, now then there's king.
But why not take on B4 with a queen? How
Yeah.
can you defend?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Well,
Because you cannot play B3.
no, but sometimes in these positions you just put the king on
Okay.
D2 and suddenly black has no attack. So it's not that easy.
No. Okay.
So it's actually this is okay. It's a threat, but it's only a pawn. The king goes to D2. It's not the end of the world, I think. But yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't think he wants that.
No. So, but knight B1, you
So-
take on A3.
You take on A3, and it's even
And-
worse.
It's even worse because
Because
now
of-
you queen B4.
Yeah. Well, I think you have to go for this pawn
Yeah.
sacrifice. I think this is how you play it.
It could also be rook take B4 is even stronger,
Could be.
actually, because I don't know how to defend against queen A1, and
Yeah.
I mean this is
Yeah. So you.
or you now maybe you have to take on a G6 and take down on H8. Maybe that's
No, I think this rook is better than this rook. So let's not exchange. Well,
Mhm.
maybe H6. No, but then you always take on G6.
Mhm.
No, then you can take with knight. What's happening here?
H6.
Is this winning a piece? No, it's not, because there's a pin here, right? And, but
I mean black must be better in this position.
yeah, because there are so many problems.
Yeah, there are so many problems for white,
Okay, he played H5 after rook B8. Yeah, he played h5, right? And
Mhm.
now the question is, if
Can you play h6 immediately then? No, I mean black
No.
instead of b4. What? Can you play this?
yes. But now f5 is not protected by the queen. So maybe there is some difference.
But okay, maybe, again, maybe you
Take here.
or maybe even go for this take on g6, knight take, and then take back. Take on that, and then queen take g5.
What did you say? Take where?
Take on g6 with the pawn.
And this.
Knight takes.
Oh yeah, you mean this.
Take
And
on
take this.
yes, and now queen take.
Or you could also go.
Yeah, but queen take is quite dangerous, I think. On g5, you're threatening to play g7.
Yeah.
So and then even take on f5. It's
Yeah, I agree. No, this is. I don't think h6 is so good. So the question is this,
Mhm.
and we have two options. You can take or move the knight.
Mhm.
We will just have to wait and see what happens here.
Yes.
We will jump to Trost and see
Mhm.
what he's doing in the Benoni. He's white.
Mhm.
So we had
Mhm.
knight. It was kingside castles and
Mhm.
queen e7.
Mhm.
Typical move.
Mhm.
Rook fe1,
Mhm.
knight e8,
Mhm.
queen f1, and knight c7. Yeah,
Mhm.
this is a normal way to
Yeah.
play.
And in this type of position, black is preparing to go for b5.
Yeah.
One problem is that if you play a5 with white, you release the square b5 for the knight on c7. So
I'm beginning to like black more and more because I think Trost
Mhm.
is this queen f1 and so on. It doesn't look like he knows what he's doing.
no, he's thinking a lot as well.
He's thinking a lot and he's making zero moves,
Mhm.
just handing it over to the opponent. Show me what
Mhm.
you got.
Mhm.
And that's dangerous against the Benoni because
Mhm.
if you're allowed to make all your moves, then the
Black
opening
will
is
be better, yeah.
actually not so bad.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Okay, I think still it's absolutely okay for white.
Yeah, I'm not saying
It's
bad.
more like you have to take care a bit. And,
But the time
yeah.
usage,
Mhm.
he has used already. Let's see, he has used almost half his time
Mhm. For 15
from
moves.
15 moves,
Yeah.
and he hasn't really achieved anything. It's not like he has gotten some fantastic position where he is clearly better or anything. I would say he has made life a little bit easy for black,
Mhm.
and he hasn't really. He hasn't shown anything in the opening,
I agree.
as far as I can see.
I agree.
And if I could get this position in every Benoni game, I would start playing it again.
Okay, that's good. Okay, let's the final game before a break. I say Hampus game.
And then we take a break.
Yeah.
So let's see. We had this. We had
Yes.
a lot of
Yeah.
lot of comments on the black setup.
Yeah.
This multi-purpose.
Mhm.
And we have a4 and a5 as you pointed out.
Mhm.
b3, rook e8,
Mhm.
bishop b2, take, knight c5.
Mhm.
And now we have a, what do you call this? This is it the open king's Indian or
No,
whatever
no,
it's
no.
called?
This is
What do
not. This is. Isn't it like some kind of Indian? But it's not.
Not yet, but it will be because when he
Mhm.
moves the bishop to g7, then we have this.
That's okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
So now you could say it's
Mhm.
king's Indian, right?
Yeah.
Well, the game has just started. They have just put the pieces out, and now the game begins, right?
But what about this position? Is black threatening to take on e4?
Maybe, could be.
Because then because rook e1, then it's a little bit dangerous because then the d4 knight is unprotected. I don't know if it's possible to do anything about that.
It's a strange positioning of the rooks here.
Yes,
This
I
one.
don't understand this.
I mean,
Rook
I would like to have one
F1
rook here.
Rook on e1 was obvious to me,
One rook
That
on
was
d1,
very
and a
strange.
rook on
Rook
e1.
fd1 was very strange.
Somehow I think he was afraid of queen b6. So that's why he kept the rook here.
Mm-hmm.
And then when then he wanted to protect d4, so he put the other rook on d1.
Mm-hmm.
And now after queen e7, probably he will move this rook here.
But if you do that, is there any way for black to?
Okay, rook d2. But there
I
will be
see.
a pin.
Yeah. Now the thing is, knight take, knight take, knight take, bishop take, queen take on rook e2. Huh?
Yeah.
And then if you take on c2, you have a check on e8, and then knight takes c2.
Yeah, that's true. So it
I
doesn't
see.
work.
So this was his idea.
So black needs to make some move like this,
and then
first.
you can play rook e1.
And then you can move over.
Mm.
Yeah. So we get this typical. Okay, with that we will take a break.
Yep.
10 to 15 minutes, and then we will be back again with more fighting chess from Stockholm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back again after a small break, and I'm sitting here with Jesper as always, and we are studying game number 1, board 1, with Bassem Amin from Egypt, the highest rated player, playing against this young guy from Poland, Jakub Seman. What do you think about this?
Very interesting position.
Right.
Very difficult. But you could say that it seems like this F5 idea was played, like I said before, and he took.
Do you think we should go back maybe and see what happened?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So we had this position, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
And we were discussing. No, he played knight d7 here. Yeah, this was the position.
This was.
And he chose bishop e3.
Yes.
Not unexpectedly. F5 was played.
Yep.
And we got this. But not f4 here.
But it didn't play f4. Okay.
No, we didn't want that.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to do it, right?
No, maybe not. You can wait, maybe. But rook c1 is logical because then if knight b4 comes or something like that, you can go to b1.
Yeah, you can tuck this
and then
bishop
the
in
rook
here.
will not be
Right.
locked in. So that's absolutely a possibility as well, you know.
And knight a c5
And
came.
of course, what black could do, of course, if you want to avoid this idea I had with f4, is to play f4 himself. But the problem is that then you have this nice diagonal for the bishop on d3, you know. So I guess this is something you want to avoid.
Yeah,
But,
we can just put it on the board. So I guess you put the bishop here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But now you have this square.
Also a nice square.
Yeah.
So this doesn't look very well.
So the knight could go here, and you have the bishop here, and so on. It's not clear, but
Okay.
anyway, knight a c5 was played. Bishop b1, and knight b6.
Interesting. There is actually a line that I thought about. If you play b3,
Right.
then maybe this a4 idea is possible, because if you play b4, then there is knight takes c4.
Yeah. Tactics.
And then you are threatening to take on e3. And this is very important, because if you play a4, then you need to avoid that b4 is a strong move for black. So,
right.
yeah.
So b3 was played, and then we have bishop d7.
Yeah,
So
just taking out the piece.
I think this maneuver, moving the knight to d7 and b6, was kind of interesting. A little bit original in my view.
Yeah. Also because the knight, for the time being, is very stuck on b6.
Yeah, and you would think that black would want to do something on the king side. Often you see the knight going to h5, for instance, supporting an attack. But he just puts it on b6. Kind of interesting. But he knows this position so well. I'm sure he's done this maneuver before many times.
I'm sure.
So anyway, f4 came finally, and now he didn't do this. I think we said that this is dubious, because then suddenly we have things like this, or bishop d4 also possible. Anyway, so he played queen e7, king to the corner.
Logical as well.
What John Nunn calls chess laziness.
Yes. Okay, but still it can be strong.
So yeah, it's not bad to be lazy.
No.
Can be good. Okay, a4.
And again.
And now he took.
Yeah.
Okay, so he took with the bishop. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could take with a, or is there some big problem with that?
Then you can play b4.
Then b4 comes.
Because knight takes c4, bishop takes c5.
Right. So then you get the problem. So I think in principle you would like to do this, but actually this is difficult, because this trick of yours does not work so well.
Exactly.
So instead, after b4, you would have to retreat. But if you
then
start making moves like that,
d6
even d6 or also c5 is quite strong,
of course.
and just push everything and
white is almost winning now. So
yeah, it's very dangerous. So okay. So he took with the bishop, and here we are. This is the position.
yes, and now normally you try to, because now probably f4 could be dangerous. You know that black plays f4 in this
At
type
some
of position.
point, yes, at some point.
Because you open up and you are because black is normally in this type of position. You want to go for an attack on the white king.
But I don't think you can do it right away.
No,
because what I see here is that we have this knight here and also this knight here. They are not really participating on the king side. So black is a little bit understaffed here.
I agree. But there is, of
So
course...
maybe he wants to do something like this.
Yeah.
Maybe try to get...
Or try to get the rook into play with knight, rook f6 at the moment. Not immediately, of course, but...
No, but you could imagine something. Maybe we
Mhm.
just play to f7 and then we try to come with the rook. It's
Mhm.
not clear what black is doing here. I don't know
Mhm.
about queen. Is queen h4 or something in here? Could be
Mhm.
at some point, maybe.
Mhm. What about knight d4 in this position?
Yeah, it's white's move and he should start off.
Can you take on h2 then, maybe,
Take on h2. Yeah.
with the bishop? Because the bishop is hanging on d3.
This one is hanging.
Possible.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
This looks like knight d4.
Mhm.
I don't like it so much on because you also allow f4 and things like that.
Another move is bishop f4.
Yeah.
Just to get out of this, you also will, now threatening maybe to play. But-
There is also this move,
Yeah.
knight f4.
Mhm.
You can take here, but then I can take with the rook, and I have my bishop protected.
Mhm.
I don't see any big
No,
immediate problem with that.
I think you will take on b3. I would like to take on b3.
Yeah.
The pawn takes back. And now you
You
want to
wanna play
find...
rook a1 or something.
Yeah, maybe even that. Or rook a3 maybe.
Mm-hmm. And you have some tricks.
What about rook a3?
Yeah, maybe.
What do you do?
It's interesting. Yeah, I don't think black can actually do anything on the king side.
Because bishop c2, then the knight is hanging on c3.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop a2, you take on c3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. This looks tricky.
At least, and if you have to take on c5 with the bishop, pawn take, then I think black is absolutely okay.
Yeah.
More than okay, maybe.
Most likely.
Mhm.
Yeah,
One-
it's a tricky position. Maybe there is something, but I
I
don't
was
see it
thinking
right
about
now.
take on c5 and knight e6.
Yeah, something
Okay.
like that.
But then you have queen h4 again.
But you
Mhm.
something like this, and now you. But is this so clear? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this is. You have to play g3, right?
Mhm. And take.
And now we make a move.
And then bishop e5 again. Queen e2 maybe.
Rook c2 is also a possibility, and put the rook on g2.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
I don't know either. But bishop takes e5. White has some thinking to do here. It's not so easy.
No, this is because black's backs, is
Yeah.
actually the b3 pawn is quite weak.
Yeah, that's true. So there is some problems here on the queen side.
Mm.
Probably this is the big threat now. Take and play rook a3. So maybe you have to deal with that.
What about take and knight b5?
You want to take on a4?
No,
no,
ah,
you
okay,
take-
okay. No,
you take
okay, knight b5 immediately then.
Okay. Yeah. Why not?
My idea was that if you take,
Yep. You mean this take?
yes, because then actually the f5 pawn is quite weak. You're threatening b4, and could this be something?
Yeah.
Take on h2. Can you take on can you take on c5?
Take
Queen
because
h4.
maybe you have this move.
Yeah. Hmm. Threatening knight f3.
Yeah. This is very very complex lines.
Yes.
Very 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 difficult.
Yeah.
And I know
Okay.
I know one thing.
Bassem is good in this type of
Bassem
position.
is an excellent tactical
Mhm.
calculator.
And now he also has some better time.
Yeah.
So.
And I think it doesn't matter if this is good or bad, but I know that he enjoys this position.
Yeah. And also you could see when we had him analyzing yesterday, he's obviously, we're very aware of all kind of tactical small tricks
Yeah.
that can happen in this type of position. So
Yeah.
it suits him well, the position. He must be very happy about what has happened. But okay, let's go on.
So we go to board number 2.
Because here we had this very strange position with knight e3 that we wondered
Yeah.
if he had really seen this move.
Yeah,
Because-
we said about this position that white had not really challenged black,
Mm.
and then black also on top of that
Mm.
had this move.
Mm.
And as you pointed out, there is a very nice retreat here with the knight
Suddenly it becomes very dangerous.
attacking here and so.
Mm.
And he actually played king e2, but I
Okay.
think it was the only move, more or less.
Mm.
And we looked at this, knight c4 and queen d4, yes.
Mm.
And we established that if he takes here and takes the pawn, this is at least equal, I think, for white.
Yeah, so instead I suggested rook c8, but he chose another move.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice by Liviac. He plays Livic.
Mm-hmm.
He plays queen c7
Mm.
because if he wants to play for an attack, and that's reasonable with the king on e2.
I think rook c8 was good also, but it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
But then we would have gotten what we looked at with
Yeah.
knight to d4, knight d1, and so on. And then the question is, how is this ending? In the ending, the king is okay on e2, right?
Mm. But rook c8. What do you mean? What would you have played after rook?
Okay,
don't
let's
understand.
go back.
Yeah, I don't understand. But rook c8. I just want to understand.
Yeah, well, I guess we start off by taking this guy.
And rook takes.
Rook takes. And now we play rook b1, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. And b5. Was it? It was 91. Okay, so this was the trick. Okay, I see. Okay.
And then we play, I mean,
Yeah.
this type of position has been played many times. And
Mm. Okay.
I think
So he wants to keep the queens as the king is stuck in the center with king e2. So in that sense, it's
Anyway,
logical.
Yeah. So he played queen c7,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
castles. And now we see the problem here, and that is that black can go for an attack here immediately. And that happened
And
in the game
b3
a4.
And b3, of course, is a bit annoying because then you have the pawn on c2 can be.
I guess you could even go here.
Yes, maybe. Or knight, or go
Knight-
back with the knight
knight back
to
you
a5
could
and then
also-
c6 and
also
e
go
f6.
here, yeah. Also,
No, black is more than okay in this position. I think black is in the driver's seat.
yeah.
So
So he played a4. I guess he wants to
Mhm.
prevent this
Yep.
bishop.
for sure.
And now f6
Yep, logical.
takes, and g3. And this is the position right now.
Oh.
But this is not nice for white.
No, you're afraid that it will fall down immediately in this position.
Yeah, you might think that. Well, I will hope I can survive 5 more moves,
Mm.
something like that.
I mean, for example, of course, rook a f8, and then you're threatening probably to play e5. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, I walked past the players and I looked at countdowns, the white player,
Mhm.
and I could see that he was,
He was not happy.
no, he was almost shaking his head. What
Mhm.
happened in this game? I mean, complete catastrophe.
Mm.
But the game is not over. We know that these guys are very hardened fighters. They will not succumb and give up without a fight.
Mm.
But the problem for white here is, of course, that without queens, this position is definitely very, very playable.
Mm.
But with the queens on, the king is extremely
Yeah.
vulnerable.
So probably that was a good choice to go back.
Yeah, I
with the
think that
queen
was
to
very,
c7.
very, very smart
Yeah.
play by him.
Yeah.
So we will just jump to the next game, and here
Mhm.
we have a game that looked very good for white,
Mm.
but maybe not so much now. It's more
Still better for white. I think.
better, but not
But
really,
not
not so,
decisive.
not as fantastic as it looked.
It
So
was
let's
c4,
go on.
yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
c4.
is. Mhm.
Bishop e7,
Mhm.
knight c3, castles, rook e1,
Mhm.
and then he just took here. Rook e8, knight a5, rook b8, and there was this.
This was a bit strange, actually. I thought this knight d5 idea we had before
Yeah,
was
yeah.
putting more pressure on
Yeah,
him.
there were tactics,
Mhm.
but he.
But
I think this is a little bit Kaido Kulaut's playing style. He does not usually try to win in tactics.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to outmaneuver his
Mhm.
opponents slowly and so on. And maybe he's just happy here because As you pointed out, he has
Yeah.
two pawn islands against 3.
And another thing is that the bad pawn on c7,
Right.
it's hard to do anything about it, because if you play c5, you will have a weakness on d5. If you play
Yeah.
c6, the pawn will
Yeah.
be weak again.
Yeah.
So, queen c2, maybe even f3, and then just start to, put rook c1 and so on. White is better in this position,
Yeah,
but
Black,
still.
black could go for some trying to get some things like this and put the bishop on g7.
But even then, queen on c2, rook a, c1,
Yeah, but you play rook e7 and rook e8 and you pressure here in
Bishop-
the center. And
bishop g5.
of course, then you play h6. But I mean, I think black, if black plays well here and plays actively,
Mhm.
he also has a target, this
Mhm.
pawn.
Mhm.
Okay, white can play f3 at some point, but
Mhm.
then you open up the diagonal to the
Mhm.
king. You also have to watch out for d5 at some point.
Mhm.
Black should not go passive here.
Mhm.
He has to play actively.
Mhm.
Let's see what happens. Okay, so let's go to the next game. So here we have this tiger.
This
The Swe-
tiger.
the
Here
Swe-
we have
the
this
Swedish
tiger.
tiger.
Mhm.
The Swedish tiger and svensk tiger.
Mhm.
It's a famous quote from the war. Yes,
What has happened here?
yeah. So what happened was that we had the position here.
Something like this, yeah.
This was the position.
Yep.
And he moved the bishop back, as we
Mhm.
said, to d6,
Mhm.
most logical, and bishop d4 also quite logical, I would say.
Mhm.
And then there was a counter attack on e2, rook e1, and now we had this rook b4.
Okay.
So what happens if we take the? Well, it looks very dangerous to take the pawn, right?
Which one? On a7 or on c6?
On a7. Well, c6, of course, he will always take at some point.
But if you take on c6 with the queen, you have bishop b5. If you do it with the bishop, you have rook
No,
c4. So
yeah,
it's not working right now. Huh?
and if you take this guy here, I
Mhm.
guess there's some problem also with that. I guess.
Mhm.
It's not so clear.
Can you play bishop b5?
Yeah, maybe bishop b5 is the move. And the knight has to... We cannot really go to c5 because of rook a8, I guess.
Mhm, mhm.
So probably you have to go back.
And then maybe you can play even c5.
Maybe. Well, you cannot play rook a8 because then you take...
Mhm. I know.
And you have bishop c6 later.
But okay, it's at least this is black has got some chances in this line, no?
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Maybe you can
Even
do
this
something like this.
Yes.
And
Yes.
these two pawns are not so bad.
No. 95 is threatened now.
So in the game there was bishop c3,
Mhm.
rook c4, knight b2, and then we
Okay,
had
he
this,
took this. Okay. Mhm.
and bishop b4.
Mhm.
So what
Take
do
on
we do?
c6.
Take this.
Mhm. Take
Most
on
likely
e1.
take this.
Probably take there. Yeah.
Queen b4. What happens?
Queen c1.
Yeah.
And no doubt black has got some
Maybe
compensation.
play c5.
Yeah. Well, then knight d3, I guess.
Yeah, we could take that maybe, but then of course then probably white is
Slightly better, I would say.
probably slightly better.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the position right now, and Tiger he doesn't know.
But look
yet,
at the time. He has got clearly better time.
right.
So actually, Herberla has got 20 moves in 22 minutes. That's not easy. If the tension continues with this kind of difficult choices, it's not easy.
Mhm.
So
I expect this to be clarified within a few moves. I mean, you will get some sort of ending type of position, probably with equal material, but maybe a slight positional advantage for white due to the pawns, something like that.
yeah, I agree. No, I believe that white is slightly better in this position. It
Yeah.
just feels like that.
Okay, so let's go to the next game. So here we have this game. We said that white was worse.
Yes.
And we have Leonardo Costa, the German player, playing against Khan Kushuktsari.
Mm-hmm.
And Khan is more active here.
Mm-hmm.
But his pawn formation is a little bit ruptured.
Mm-hmm.
And white has the pair of bishops. So how can we make sense of this position?
Yeah, somehow you need to create some kind of weakness in white's position, or you need to, knight e4, for example, to try to force f3. The question is then, how can you make use of that? But
yeah.
yeah.
Shall we just have a quick look and see what happened? Because we had we had this position, and we said.
Mm-hmm.
We said, what did we say? Well, we said that taking on e6, then black takes with the pawn, and but he did that. He took because, and I think the reason is there aren't so many
Other options,
and at least you get the pair of bishops.
Exactly.
And then in this position he played queen e2, queen b6, and queen b5. Would you? Well,
I think this is actually. I think
was
this
queen,
is.
was
I
queen
think
b6?
I think it's. No, I'm not sure. Queen b6 was.
No,
a
I
good
don't
move.
like it so much
Because in this position there is no doubt that it's white who wants to swap of queens. Huh?
Shouldn't you play like a6 or something maybe?
Another move is queen f6 is also possible.
Yeah. Definitely.
Just to move out. And then you want to play, I guess you want to play knight e4 to force f3 because, white has got things to...
But that didn't happen.
No.
He did play queen b5 and he allowed this queen b5. There was exchange and d4. Take.
What was it? Was d4 correct? I just need to understand this position. Because another possibility is knight to e4 in this position. And you threaten to take on f2, then f3, and then knight e6. I don't know.
Yeah. There are many choices here.
Yep.
Not easy to play this position.
No.
He chose d4, and I think...
it's the most forcing line in a way.
Yeah, and you want to... you want to get something. You don't want to wait any longer because there are moves for white maybe here. Maybe there are ways to reorganize the position. Maybe you can play a move like a knight down here or something and get the bishop here, and suddenly black loses control over this d4 square.
There is also another possibility. It is that black is now going for the b2 pawn.
Right.
Because after what happened, when you play d4, you will open up the long diagonal. You can have actually knight to a4.
Yes. You need to strike here somehow. And if you can strike hard enough, you might win a pawn or something.
So what is happening after knight a4?
But what's the threat?
It's just to play maybe knight c2. I don't know.
Yeah, let's say we play a very normal move here. Just move this here. Let's see what you do.
Rook fd8 maybe.
Is there any threat?
I will not tell you in advance.
Can you please warn me what you're planning so I don't have to make a mistake?
No, it's more like, I'm just trying to play normal moves, to put pressure, so it's not that I am threatening any immediately, but you have problems developing your pieces. That's the basic idea, of course,
On moves like this, you could maybe even take here and play knight f3, something like that, and
maybe
create some havoc.
Or knight c2 could also be possible. Maybe.
Also that, yes. So there are. It's not so easy. But if white manages to get his pieces out, he could also be better.
Yeah, like bishop c4 and
like
this
that.
kind of put some pressure on.
But I think bishop c4 now. Maybe you can even do b5. I don't know. Is that possible?
Rook take d4.
Rook takes d4 is very strong because there is a take on e6. So this didn't work at all. He actually played rook fd8, as you said. Very logical move. But maybe not with any concrete threat at this point. I don't know. Is there?
But black must be absolutely fine. It's more because
fine.
you have such an activity with your pieces. So even though white has got a better pawn structure and a pair of bishops, the activity must be worth, at least it's a good compensation for the worse structure and so on. So I still believe that white needs to be careful and find moves. I mean, black, if you play like rook b1, like this, what is the next move? If black just play a move, or I don't know, even randomly, even a6 for example, or
so let's say I go.
Knight e4 for example in this position. If you do play it like this,
can we do some bishop a5 just to get it out of the way?
Maybe. And then rook d7 maybe.
Yeah. I mean, black. But then you're pinned here. I don't know. Maybe.
No, I agree that I'm not sure that a6 was the best move because you took away b6 possibility. So.
But maybe now we can go for some.
Maybe.
You have to be careful because suddenly.
No, a6 was probably a bad move.
But it's still possible. I don't know. F3. Maybe you can start playing with ideas like this. Maybe then we can go here. There are many moves here. I think we will leave them for now, and we will go to the next game, and we have this
sharp,
incredible Dutch defense, and there was h5, and we couldn't work out what was going to happen here. Well, we said b4 is probably probably the best.
And rook take b4 as well. Yeah, it plays just like we said.
Yeah, and if you take with the queen, it looks nice, but it's only a check and a pawn. And maybe white can survive that because he can be active later on with the rook here. So instead there was rook takes b4. Take. I'm not sure about this.
I think this is okay for black. I didn't like this actually, because now black is extremely solid. And I cannot see.
But now we played e4. I kind of like that move.
You like it?
Well, I like it because suddenly white actually strikes a little bit in the center.
But c5 is good, isn't it?
Yeah, he played c5.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, in general, I like it. Maybe concretely it's bad because the bishop on h8 is going to kill the white position. Maybe.
But I think that I cannot see that there is a real attack for white. But I can see the real attack for black, This long diagonal, the weakness on b2.
So let's jump. But maybe now you play rook a4. Nasty move.
Classical threat, huh?
Threatening mate, which is quite annoying. But I have a move here. I can
take on d4.
Yeah, then you take here, yes. Yeah, this looks horrible. Yeah.
What of the times?
He played c5 was played, of course. The times. Well, white has a little bit more time, but not much. And they have around half an hour each. With white having maybe a little bit more, but there are still 23 moves to make. But I think black's position is to be preferred. I mean. White's opening was completely crazy. He moved his queen out to g3 very early in the opening.
Very strange.
It didn't produce anything tangible here. And black has this super safe king.
Yeah, actually, the knight on f8 is quite nice. Actually,
all these pieces are guarding and attacking at the same time. Yeah. No, it looks horrible. I predict a white loss here.
Absolutely.
Because I don't really see any moves.
Okay, let's. I cannot. I just think that it's very good for black.
So we have Edwin. We were looking at his Benoni game, and we had this Queen F1 and Knight C7, and we said it looks reasonable for black, right?
Yeah,
it's reasonable for white as well. A5, Rook Fe8, Bishop F4, Rook AB8. Yeah. Black has made all the standard
Yes,
the
yes,
system moves,
Yes.
and he's ready to go b5 or b6 here.
Mm.
What is white doing?
Knight c4 is the next move, I guess.
Yeah, you can do that, and then I guess you play knight e5.
And then
I think.
we have knight b6 and we have a draw with knight d7.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't think black plays knight e7 here.
But I think that still, I think the position is okay for white. So
It's
it's
okay.
not, you know.
No, it's not. No. And the knight on b6 is quite annoying. But sometimes there is the possibility to jump to b5.
Absolutely.
And suddenly you can create play on the queen side.
On-
This
on-
knight is blocking, but it's not really doing much.
It could also be knight a8. Knight
Yeah, you could
Eight.
also go down there if you want to, down in the cellar. But there's also some ideas with advancing pawns on the king side, like playing some g5 move and maybe move the something like this, and maybe you can go here or something, and at some point you can put the bishop, or you can with the h pawn. So there are many ways to play this.
Well,
but I don't think we can say so much more about that. So we go to this game. It has changed quite a lot. So let's go back. We had, I think, rook d2. In this position, we said that it's a little bit unusual rook placement for white, but after rook d2, with the idea of coming to e1, you pointed out that taking is not so good, right?
Rook e2. No, rook
sorry,
e2.
Wrong rook. Rook e2. And we cannot move back, so we have to take, or I don't know what to, this is just lost because we have check here,
and then take on c2.
Yeah.
So
where were we? He played bishop d7. We said that that's probably the best. Rook e1, rook a d8, bishop a3, bishop c8. And now white took on c5.
that was a bit strange, but okay. Now white has got a clear idea, and that is simply that white will be a pawn up, in a way, on the king's side. The drawback is that white now will have like the black squares for himself.
Yeah, I don't like this decision so much.
No,
For the main, the reason is that black's weakest point in the position is the d6 pawn. And when you take here, there is no weak pawn to attack anymore. And okay, he has 4 against 3 and it's a bit crippled, but it's not. It's also very safe, and he has control here on d4, and he can always play b6, and he has the pair of bishops. I don't like it so much. What do you think?
No, I'm also, because if you go back to the position when he took on c5, one question you always, because when you play this with white, you just want to keep the position.
Yeah, right.
You need to, and then more pressure and so on. So
you want to do things like this and this.
yes,
and,
or maybe
something like
the
that.
question is, of course, I guess it is threatening to take on e4 at a moment, at a time, not now.
At some
But
point,
what
yeah.
about rook e d1? Is that possible?
Yeah, instead, yes.
Yeah.
Something like
Why not
Yeah,
prepare?
something like that, yeah.
Why not prepare this position? Is it queen b6?
And I know that in some games, at the end, black has to play this move, and of course, this is that's what
But
you want.
maybe it's queen b6 that is a bit,
yeah. This of course is also a problem.
because it's a little bit weakness, this b3 pawn.
No, it's true.
So it could be that's why.
So then you have to jump back to d4 maybe. Okay, let's not dig too deeply into this. Let's see what happened instead. So there was an exchange, and there was rook d1.
But still, white's idea is quite clear: is to play f4 and
He played
e5.
f4, yeah.
And now, the problem for black is that he's got this nice square on d4, but it's not easy to make use of it. And white will play like queen d1 maybe, and control.
He might at some point play e5, and the knight can go to e4, and then he can sort of enter on d6.
Yeah.
This could be a plan.
Yeah,
Because you would like to, with black in this position, you would like to make this move, right? And then if white does nothing, you come here and then you enter here. And suddenly black is fine, right? But probably after knight f8,
E5.
you would see e5. And then the question is what happens after f6. I think black has to try that.
I agree.
And it's a game.
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah.
You can take and you can play knight e4. And
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
Maybe this and here. But you don't threaten to take because of queen b6.
No, but knight in d6 maybe.
Yeah, so you could go here just to prevent that.
But that looks
Well,
a bit strange, but maybe. Queen c3.
yes.
And after knight f6, if you can play that, white is better.
Yeah, that's true. This is maybe but you could play knight d7, but it's a bit clumsy.
Exactly.
It's not what you want to do. You don't
No.
want that move.
White can play maybe even g4 and g5 or something like that, you know.
Yes, but there is rook f8. And it's a game. In the game after f4, there was knight f8, as we said. So
So is this the position, or
yeah,
is it?
this is the position.
Okay.
I would say e5. If you don't play e5, well, you could wait until knight e6 comes, of course.
Queen d1 could be played first.
Yeah, you could do something like this if you want to.
I think actually that white is slightly better in this position.
Yeah.
E5.
White surely is slightly better. But the question is it something or is it not something?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I think we will go back to the top.
Please.
And
What has happened?
well, things have happened. So let's go back.
Please.
We had this position,
Yes.
and white played a move we did not consider at all. He played rook f3.
But actually, it's logical in that
Of course,
sense that
yeah.
queen h4, then you have rook h3, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And you're also ready to go for rook on the other rook to or queen f1, something like that, to put pressure on the f5 pawn.
Right.
So it's logical in a way.
Yes. It looks good.
And queen to c2, and then rook. Yeah, the other rook. So okay, I take b3.
Yeah. So he took.
And now rook a3. Is it possible? We looked at that before, huh?
Uh,
Now you're also defending the e3 bishop.
Yes.
Maybe this was a very good move, actually.
Yeah.
Because
So
now you
so
can now you can play
actually-
b4. huh?
Now this is possible. Yeah. So it's multi-purpose, defending h2, defending c3. Very good.
But now maybe knight, and there is even knight b3 here, you know, and everything is crazy.
Knight b3.
And then take on c4.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah. This is very tricky position.
Yeah.
But he didn't play that, so maybe it's.
Was
not
this
so
the
good.
position? He could have played knight b3.
Well, he could have played rook a3. He didn't play rook a3.
Okay, I see.
So
Maybe
might.
there's something else
Yeah.
possible. Maybe. Well, do you
here-
know? I think he actually just plays. I think he plays knight d4 on rook a3.
But this is also possible. No, the knight is hanging. Rook is hanging. Sorry.
Exactly, that's the point. But if you go back,
Yeah.
if rook a3, knight d4, I think. Can you play that?
Yeah, and then if you take it, you take with the bishop, and you have this check on g3, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So knight d4 is good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, rook a3 doesn't work in this setting.
Mhm.
But rook f3
Mhm.
was a very strong move.
Yeah, I like that move as well.
Yeah. So anyway,
What happened?
In the game, it was.
Okay,
knight
yeah.
d4.
That is also a possibility, of course.
And
Yeah.
there was an exchange.
And if he takes now,
But then queen h4, right?
then queen h4.
Isn't that?
And then you have knight to g3.
there's bishop
And then maybe
G4
maybe take on f3. This is interesting. I guess this is the
But what about this move?
also possible. Maybe take on f8. Queen to e1. No, actually, I think the other one was. I think there was a winning. I think there was a winning line for black instead of this. If I saw correctly, you just go back. Here, Queen h4.
G3. Take on F3. Maybe?
Yeah, take on f3. And if you take with the, you must take with the queen
Yeah.
and then rook f8.
And then rook F8. And then Queen H5 you can
Take on g3.
take on G3, yes. So this should win. But is it clear? Yeah, it's probably clear. It looks very good, yeah. Yeah, not surprising. So in the game instead there was, let's see what happened. Takes, knight e4 take, takes, Queen G1. And this is the position.
Okay. And you could say that black normally should be more than fine in this position. The only problem is the knight on b6. That still needs some moves to be ready for supporting the position. So the question is if white can do something now, because if the knight could be put on, let's say c5 or something like that, probably black has got a good position, I guess. But now,
Can you play something like knight d4 here?
yep, absolutely.
Because if you take it, then it's not so nice, right?
Nope, you don't want to do
So
that.
you don't want to do that.
So
So-
bishop g6.
But after then maybe you can jump.
Yeah, I know.
And suddenly black's position is not it's not so nice.
Rook f7 and then play for c6. No, I agree. So go back. Let's see. Instead of bishop,
In this position, you could maybe even take here and take on b6, winning a pawn. I don't know if that's good, but it's possible. Probably you want to keep the knight.
Okay, so if you go back, let's see.
This is the position. This is the live
So it
position
was
right now.
bishop to knight to d4. Huh?
Yeah, knight d4. And then the question is, how do you deal with that? You don't want to take it because then the bishop is too strong on d4. But you also don't want. I don't think you want to exchange the white squared bishop, do you? How do you deal with this? It's not easy.
Should you play like go back with your bishop or something?
Here.
No, the other bishop.
But you
to
could go here
G7.
maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Because you cannot take on e4 because of take on d4. But I think. So maybe you go back.
But maybe just rook e1 now, because now you have taken away the square for the knight to come back. This is good. Now it's very good for white, I think.
Yeah, it looks harmonious.
So I don't like this go back. The knight must come into the game.
You want to go back like this?
But then you take. I thought about that. If you take on e4, maybe you can take on h2. Yeah.
Tricks, you said.
I know. Maybe you can take on f5 and give a check on.
This is typically a line that he would go for Bassam. I know him. Is it?
I think that's dangerous actually to go for that. What do you think? To sacrifice the queen there. Take on f5. Rook takes. Take on e4. Take on h2. Take on f5. Take on here and give a check on e6.
I think we have to go up. We always
And
have
king
knight.
take.
Yeah, and probably knights somewhere.
And rook f1 or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
This can be very dangerous sometimes. I'm not saying that this is, but to play with two bishops, you know, like this.
I don't believe in it so much, to be honest.
I do.
Because the knight is very strong on d4.
Bishop f4, maybe.
Yeah, but if you exchange, then you can never win. I mean, are you playing for a win or are you playing?
I'm playing for a
you have to
win.
declare
I
if
play
you
for
win.
I play for a win.
You play for a win, okay.
But
Yeah,
okay.
With white.
Anyway, yes.
Okay.
But you know, it's a interesting position, I would say.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
No. You remember yesterday in Bassam's
Yeah.
game, we found that the queen can fight against the rook and two
Yes.
minor pieces. Here
And
you,
now
have
we
here you have a knight as well.
Okay.
Do you really believe in this?
Yeah. Well, I played some games.
If I
with
was
this.
black here, I would play for a win without any, because I'm
Okay.
not afraid of these.
No,
positions.
no.
You can never coordinate this in a really. It's almost impossible
Okay,
against the knight and the queen.
but this is by not a
No,
forced
this is
line,
just-
of course.
this
It's
is
just
just-
like for show.
It's just a discussion. But knight d4 was played. I think it was the
Mhm.
best move. It's
Mhm.
the obvious
Mhm.
move.
And now
right?
it will be interesting to see what Bassam is doing.
Yeah.
For sure. Maybe knight d7 is at least a logical move to get it back, the knight. And then the question is about this knight take f5 and so
Yeah.
on.
Okay, I think we have made a good analysis here, so we
Mhm.
just jump to the next game,
Yes.
so we don't miss anything. So here we've had, so we had this position g3
Mhm.
and now e5,
Yeah, it looks...
as we say in Sweden, pang på rödbetan.
Pang på rödbetan.
Yeah.
The classical
Hit-
Swedish quote.
Hit the root beat, as we say in Sweden.
Hit the road beat.
Yeah,
Oh, look, there was also take on d5 check. You know, this was very sharp.
yeah, but there is bishop e6. So
Mhm.
you,
Of
you
course.
have
No,
this
I just say that
intermezzo.
there is... now it's really getting into what
It
you
is-
say.
it-
Hit the beetroot. What
Yeah,
did you say?
yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So this is just lost
Mm-hmm.
because you don't. What can you do?
I think he
There-
plays very well now, Livaich.
Yeah.
It just feels that he is now.
You know, when we had him here and we analyzed this game,
Mm.
he saw all these lines.
All
and he
these
sacrificed
tactics.
the queen in one game and so on. I think Kantans is really out on a limb here.
Yep.
So anyway, what happened was f takes e5, rook e8, knight
All the
c3.
all the pieces are joining in, but of course you need to.
Yeah, you need to. But this looks like it should be more or less a win now.
And now the question:
But how do you win?
can you take on e5
With
the knight?
let's try it.
Hmm.
Well, the point, White would of course love to do something like this, but it's not possible for
Check.
many reasons.
Take on f3 check. for
Yeah, and
example.
also queen takes c2 is not bad, and everything
Yeah,
just falls
yeah.
apart. This
Mhm.
is the problem with White's position. There is no stability, and this king is just out
Mhm.
lost. So
Mhm.
it's
So take on. Well, I mean, the logical move is take on e5, I guess. Knight take e5, and then I guess he will take, and then rook take and king d2. I guess this is what he wants
this is
to
the
do.
plan.
Mhm.
May-
Maybe you can survive.
Maybe there is nothing. So, do we have something sharper?
Yeah, that's the question. But this was the first. This is the
Mhm.
most obvious line, you know.
Yeah.
There is, of course, also, you know, sometimes, yeah. No, it's not so. Maybe it's not so easy. I don't know.
You want to sacrifice something. You want to
Mhm.
pin something. You want to
Mhm.
do something. But it's not
Maybe
so
you can
easy.
even play knight take b2. Threatening to play rook c6. I don't know.
This would be a surprising move. I
It would be. Yeah, I know. But
So,
again, like you said, knight take d5, you have queen take c2 check. And rook c6 now is actually quite annoying. Huh?
Yeah.
Queen take on d5, bishop e6. And then you threaten to play... Oh, this is just... It's destroying a little bit the structure of black's... Of white's pawn structure as well,
Mhm.
you know.
yeah, it might be good.
Might be good.
Might be good.
It might be good, actually.
Very, very tricky position.
Especially for white, of course.
Yes, White is fighting a very hard battle here.
But it's thinking now, Livaich. And this is also something, you know, when you have this kind of, you know, attacking position, to go for a pawn take on b2 is not easy, because you want to find something like rook take f3 and then take on e5. You want to get in with bishop g4 and somehow. So
So you play bishop g4.
Now I thought about queen take, and you were thinking about knight take.
Yeah.
Knight.
Let's look at
No,
it.
I think it's not working.
Let's not.
Take it. Take back, and king d1.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw this.
Now I cannot see.
No, but now you can make a move here.
You are allowed to make a move, yeah.
Yes.
Or h5 also.
h5 is possible.
Mm.
Maybe now you can play. But this looks very dangerous. Somehow this could be, this could.
Even this could be, yeah.
Maybe it's.
But knight e4
Yeah.
in worst case, and probably it's a draw after take and rook e1.
Yeah, and then.
No, I
Then-
don't. No, this
then
is
it's
not.
equal. This is not the killer.
No,
So let's look at this again. The most obvious.
no, but this is. Okay, but what about queen take?
Yeah, this is maybe this is.
Maybe this is good actually, because now you are ready for rook f2 and
Now it's not so nice to play king d2.
maybe king d3
Yeah.
is the only chance, to activate your king.
Could be.
But yeah.
Yeah, this could be. I don't. This doesn't look like a winning, easily winning position.
No, but still, I mean, I'm pretty sure that black is better.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not so.
It's not so clear.
No, so I would say in that position before, I think knight take b2 looks much better for me. Because then you have your extra pawn as well, don't you? 2, 1. No, it's equal, okay, but at least you have a more or less a winning pawn structure here,
Yes. So you would like to play something like this, but then this is very strong, and if the queen goes, you have this
Yeah.
move, and and you lose.
Everything's falling apart. huh?
Everything's falling apart.
Mhm.
So that's not possible. So knight takes b2 is really interesting option here. So you would like to move the king, but if you go to the f5,
Okay, if you go rook a b1,
yeah, you can always do that.
because if you move back, then you have knight take d5 maybe. Then you can play maybe knight take e5. Oh my god,
That's-
it's getting sharp. Huh?
It's very sharp. So this,
I thought about knight take d5 now.
and take on b7.
Well, no. Knight take d5.
But what about queen takes?
Bishop e6. No, knight take d5 must be the move.
And here you play queen c5.
No, I take and play bishop g4. I'm just winning. Huh?
Yeah, probably. And then you have knight. Yeah. Then
Yeah,
this
this is
then
game
it's
over.
lost. Yeah. So okay, knight b2.
But knight take d5 instead. After rook, no, rook a b1,
Yeah, okay.
knight c4, and now knight take d5. Now this is the problem, I think.
Yeah.
So you're threatening the queen. Now I thought about a knight take e5, you take on c7, and if I take on f3, you take on e8. That's the problem. My god, this is chaos. Knight take f3, knight take e8, take on d4 check, king goes up, and maybe white is winning. So
Very, very long line.
Yeah.
Usually there are many mistakes when you make such
Yes,
long lines. But
not
knight
the
takes
least.
b2.
not the
I think
least
it's very
in that.
difficult to find this move, and maybe
Mhm.
it's not even good. It's very difficult, but because you just take a pawn. I mean, yeah.
No, rook a b1, rook c6 was my initial idea. This I think is much more logical.
Okay, let's see it. So
Mhm.
rook b1, and now rook c6.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think this looks strong actually.
Okay, let's take this guy.
Knight take on c3.
Now you threaten maybe to play bishop g4 at some point.
Yeah, or rook c4, something like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then bishop g4.
Yeah. Maybe.
I think this is. I think actually black is good here in this position, because you know as long as the queens are kept on the board,
Yeah, that's.
you have the bishop.
So let's have a look again. Knight takes b2.
Mm. But it's, like I said, it's a bit strange move to play, because you are taking the knight away from the action, but what you do is that you undermine the knight on c3, so the rook c6 could be very dangerous here in this position.
In a way, white has been, spared for one move, because now e5 is protected, so you have one move you can make. So the question is, how do we...
But rook c6 is a dangerous threat, I think.
Yes. Yeah. It's very tricky. I'm glad I don't have this position.
With white.
Yeah, with white. Of course, white... We are looking for a killer here. I mean, we expect white to lose this position. That is for sure. White is not playing this to win. And the question is how to do it. But knight b2 seems like a very strong move. But maybe there is something else also, because there could be some, calm move that is just
bishop c6.
Something like that. Just make a move and you have a fantastic position.
Could be.
Maybe. But maybe knight b2. Okay, there has been a development here.
It's a really, really nice move.
He played this move. Yeah.
Can you take on f3 now with the rook?
Yes, maybe. You have to take with the queen if you want to take it. And then maybe you do this, or?
No, but this is nothing.
Because then you have check, right? And the king moves.
No, this was nothing. It was just a tryout. Okay. Queen take d5.
Yeah, and
nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Okay. So knight take must be knight take, rook, queen take, I guess, or because we have queen take, king d2, d4. That was what we looked at, or?
And then there was knight e4, and we said, it should be playable for white at least.
So okay, let's go back. That was this was a surprise. This.
Yeah, bishop g4.
That was a surprise.
I thought we had refuted that.
Yeah, me too.
But now comes this question about time. Look at black's time. He has 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes against 23 or 24 minutes for Kantans. This is a great advantage. And probably in this position, he just didn't see a way forward.
There is one move here. After this was happened. Queen take. Can you play queen b6? I know it's crazy, but
yeah. Now we could do queen d4,
and then you can actually play rook take e5. That was my idea.
Okay. And after queen takes, you have rook e6.
No. I have knight take queen.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can even do that. Yeah. So maybe not, but is.
I mean, I cannot really believe in it, but at least it's
interesting.
Tricky, at least,
So we threaten to go here,
and maybe to take on b2 again.
And then then it's lost, because if the king goes down here, there is a mate. No, it's not a mate, but you take on f3, right? Or a mate here. It's mate here.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's my threat.
And if the king goes down here, then we have
Knight to e3 and take on g4.
yeah. So that's the threat.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question is what to play here.
And knight d1. You can maybe take on f3.
What happens if we take this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Counter strike.
I see. Yeah, I didn't see.
Rook takes e5.
Exactly.
And you have to take, I would say.
Yeah. And then now the question is queen f2.
Queen f2.
And
you
black
win.
is winning.
Yeah, because here we have a mate.
Yeah. Otherwise you take,
And
or you take on d3, you take on e5, and then
if
you take
go
on
here,
g4.
you have this check and
Yeah. But that's a fantastic. This is a difficult move to see. Queen b6, you know, that's a difficult move if it's possible. But actually, I believe that maybe this is very strong. But it could also be that if we turn on the computer, they would say that I'm a fool.
yeah,
so
well, we will not do that.
thank you.
We don't use the computer. I can tell the audience here. We are just thinking by ourselves. That's because that's why we have so many mistakes.
Yeah. But queen b6.
But we will go through the games with the computer afterwards to see where
to
we
see
went
all
from.
the mistakes we made.
We want to see all the mistakes. But queen b6.
It's a fantastic move if this is
Yeah,
possible. Actually,
yeah.
it's a fantastic move.
But
Absolutely
is
amazing.
it really that good? That's the question. Is it really that good? But it looks.
And queen g5.
That might be better.
But it still looks. I mean, even maybe even queen to b2, take on b2 is possible, or I don't know.
Yeah. It's not a bad move. It's not a bad move. White's queen is very stretched here. You would like to go back to c1, but then e3 falls, and it's over immediately. And you just basically threaten to take on
c2 or c3.
c3, yeah. So, did something happen?
What did he do? He took on e5. Rook. Okay.
What? He took on f3.
What happened? Go back.
What's this?
Bishop g4. He took on e5. Okay. And that's the only move, huh? Because if you go to d3, it's mate on e3. d1.
Well, there's the knight e3 fork.
Exactly. So this was maybe very strong. Okay.
So white played this move. We can just show this line here.
h5.
If the king goes down, we have a fork, win the queen here. And if the king goes up,
It's checkmate.
there's a checkmate here. So that's the reason why white played knight to e4, and now h5.
But that's a very special move, huh?
Well, black could just take with a pawn on e4, and he
Yes.
has a very strong attack.
But it's not like a clear win, is it?
No, but
Is it, or is it?
maybe it's a good move.
Yeah, maybe it's. I guess you have to do it, you know.
Because in this line you don't have that many options.
No.
This looks, because now you have a knight. Okay, a knight for the rook, but the knight is extremely strong. but it's not clear what happens here.
Because if you play like c3 or something like that.
H4 was played, so
Mhm.
it's already there. I think it takes on E4. That's my
Yeah,
guess.
me too also. And I think actually that black is probably winning actually. But if you rook f1 maybe.
Yes, let's look at this.
But I'm not sure about this move because maybe you can take on. Can you take on b2?
Yes, you can do that. You can try that. Threatening mate.
Or is there anything better?
So let's check that. I mean, if you do something like this, then maybe you can even go with the king. I don't try to.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that.
So
Take with the pawn.
take. There's also rook d1 maybe
Mm-hmm.
possibility. But let's see this one. And you want to take here?
Take on f6.
Maybe now here there's also this.
Also,
move.
you'll even take there. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe this is this is not good.
No,
Now
I
we-
agree.
Now,
I agree.
now,
I agree.
Now,
Yeah.
now it's not working. So we have to. I think we have to take
And rook a
rook
this here. Yes. And now,
queen d4 maybe
yes.
something like that.
Can you play queen d4? Because now if you take on f6, you have queen e3, and
But
it will
this-
be mate. Huh?
No, it's not mate.
Can I queen d2? Queen d2 check, I think. And knight e3.
Aha. Yes, correct. So let's see. Queen
Yeah.
d4, rook f6. You have this move,
Yeah.
and you have surprisingly there's a mate here on g2.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah.
So after d takes e4, rook.
This is very dangerous. Queen d4, because rook a d1, you have the nice mate on e3. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's a dangerous one.
But
Queen g5.
there is a move here. Queen g5.
Yep.
Now if we play e3 might be
No, then rook d1.
then rook d1, yes, and it's as soon as black loses his footing here, then it will be difficult. It's not so clear.
No. Oh, chess is
Well,
difficult.
Yeah. So this is the situation.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, nothing has happened. Okay, so he has 5 minutes left. This could be like this.
For 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, they get 30 seconds per move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit more than.
Okay, I have
seems
another
to be.
move. What about g5 in this position?
But then queen takes with check.
No, you can take on g5. No. Very bad
Yeah,
move.
unfortunately,
Unfortunately, yeah.
unfortunately it doesn't
Yeah,
work.
yeah. Because
I also thought from the
Mhm.
beginning that, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. But no, I think you have to take the knight. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, there is of course you can also, because normally you want to keep your rook. So if you take on on e4, you have rook f1. Do you have anything else in that position?
You mean if black
Mhm.
plays this move,
Mhm.
does white have something else?
No, rook a no.
Ah,
rook
you mean
f1.
in this position?
In this position, is
Yeah.
there anything else in this position?
Yeah, rook
because-
d6 maybe?
No, I was also thinking about rook f3.
But then there's rook.
That was because sometimes there will be like these mates and so on.
But if we just take it,
Mm-hmm.
do you have a mate?
That's the question.
A bit.
Check on e3, force the king down, queen to e2.
Well, you probably have a draw here, but
And knight e3, you have queen e4. Or
Yeah,
what?
that's-
Yeah, okay.
yeah. Also queen d8 maybe.
Mm.
Maybe.
And then check on d3.
Yeah.
okay.
well, the king,
Okay, now this is not enough. So,
But that's one of the things.
but look at the time.
That's one of the things I think can happen here. That
Mm.
at some point black
Mm.
has to take a draw.
Overplay. Yeah, take a draw. Yeah, that's
You
right.
know, just to get out of the problems.
Mm.
But I think this is forced. But it's very interesting that he had so many chances to play other moves.
Mm.
but it's difficult. It's very difficult. And he might have seen things we haven't seen. So
There is always a risk.
but one thing I can say for sure is that somewhere here, white is completely lost.
But I think that maybe this strange, when I said this rook e8, I think was great, and then what was the move after that? Knight c3, and then I think actually knight take b2 looked very strong actually.
Yeah, but extremely.
But it's very difficult to play.
Extremely difficult. It's easy when you're.
When you're sitting like us, sacrificing the other pieces.
And when it doesn't work, let's just go back.
Go back. Yes.
Unfortunately, in the game you can't do that.
No.
So I think we should go to the next game. It was no, that was our line. So this is the position still. Nothing has happened.
2 minutes left.
So we go to this game and we take a quick look, and it looks like
slightly better for white.
No, we're heading towards a draw.
Okay.
So we're gonna leave this. We're not gonna do that when we have such interesting. And this position, Tiger is down a pawn, but he's very active. I would say this should also be a draw somehow, don't you think? Even though black maybe is slightly better in this position. So then we go and have a look at this game.
But maybe let's go back.
Yeah, we will go back.
Okay.
We're just going to see the drama, not
I'm getting too interested. I know.
Don't get too interested. Well, we're all interested. We just want to see what's happening here. So has white taken over?
I don't know, but it's not clear because you play king f7 here.
So this is Costa, the German IM against
Khan. Because black has white has got weak pawns, but there is a rook and a pawn against and one problem here is that black really wants to swap off the last pair of rooks.
What I wonder is how did this happen?
Yeah,
can we just go back and have a look? Look
for
here.
sure.
So rook d8. Rook b1, as we said, knight a4 was your suggestion. And now, surprisingly, h4. That's a bit surprising.
Now probably he couldn't find any way to...
No, he just wants to improve the king position a little bit. a6, bishop d2.
But just go back one. Let's see. Could you play knight f5 here?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I don't know. Is it such a big deal? You could take there, for instance.
Then you take back and you no you cannot take.
No, you take on d8 and then you take on f5
and then I take with a pawn
and then you have bishop c4 check and so on.
And
you can do that, but I think Khan is playing for a win here.
Yeah, but that is almost then he has got problems with his.
I don't know.
Yeah, take.
Let's take. Should we take this?
No, that's if you. I think it's better not to take. But okay, e take.
No, but this is nothing. How do you win this? It's not going to happen.
No, maybe not. Okay, that was a good move.
So anyway, so in the game he played a6.
Okay.
And now bishop d, and now we got this. We saw this in another situation. This thing. Yeah, it's a game.
It's a game.
And h4 is not such a good move to have made now, because this is weak. Bishop f6, for instance, you can try to attack this pawn. No, I think black is slightly better here. Should be better.
Yeah. Or also because you cannot go for. There will be a swap, I guess.
Yeah. And now we have a surprise.
What happened?
This game ended in a draw.
What? Okay, so what happened?
Yeah, we have to look at this.
Very strange.
Bishop. Yeah. Okay, so knight f8, e4 was a mistake, as we thought. C5, inaccuracy according to the computer.
Queen a1 and then
knight d5.
That was a surprise also. I don't know. Rook a4 was our move, huh? Threatening mate.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I don't know. So c4 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Take.
What is happening here? Okay.
Well, if you take if you take with the knight, you have a fork.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
So this black
Yeah,
gets.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's trying to be clever here.
EF5 was played. G5.
What's happening here? And if you take back, then you can take on D3. Okay.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah. So is this desperado time? You try to
G5.
threaten things to avoid your
Mhm.
opponent consolidating.
Mm-hmm. G5.
G5, and now was knight takes,
Mm-hmm. Now you take on B4.
and now D2.
Oh, bishop take.
But
And
no,
then it's
no.
checkmate.
King B1.
Take on B4.
Yeah, this is the trick, so to speak. That
Mhm.
now suddenly this is a mate.
Mhm.
So King B1,
Mhm.
take,
Mm-hmm.
knight takes F7, takes, bishop D2, Queen D4, Queen B3, King E8, Queen B8.
But what is the? Okay, so he has got 2 pawns. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah.
I think the problem
Mhm.
is if you put your king on a black square,
Mhm.
there is some check here, right?
Or C3.
This
maybe.
also
Mhm.
C3.
Mhm.
So you cannot do that. So he
Goes down.
if he plays something like this,
No, but I mean, white is better. I mean, he's got full compensation anyway, you know. So.
Mhm. That's true.
Mhm.
So in the game there was King E8, and then there was this,
Mhm.
this. Draw.
Okay. No, it's again maybe we overestimated the black position, but it still I felt like black must have been better, but maybe it's not so much as we thought, but I don't know.
I think he was much better, but
Yeah, me too.
according to what we can see here from the computer analysis,
Mhm.
it's very
Like,
unclear.
After bishop f4, for example.
Yeah, but it claims that white was better here before. Like in this position, the computer says that white is better, for instance, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, very surprising.
Anyway, I think maybe we go back to the
Mhm.
to the first game,
Please do.
to the Bassam game, because this was very interesting. We had knight d4
Mm-hmm.
and knight d7 was played,
Yep. Like we
and
thought.
he didn't take on f5.
Okay, bits. Okay.
You said
No,
or rook e1. You suggested, I think.
yeah. Well, take on f5 and then do rook e1 or something like that.
But when did we play this?
Mm-hmm.
Take.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop c2, knight e7, knight e6,
Mm-hmm.
c6. And this is the position.
Mm-hmm.
Now the knight is not so fantastic on e6.
Mm-hmm.
I think black might be better here, actually.
Bishop g5. You can play queen f7 or what? But is that maybe just bishop f6?
Bishop
huh?
f6 just.
Yeah. Actually, now the d5 pawn can be weak.
That's what I'm thinking.
Mm.
But I mean, I don't think white necessarily need to lose this, but maybe the e4 pawn could be some asset.
Mm.
Okay, so let's take this game.
Mm.
So
What happened now?
so we had queen h4,
Mm-hmm.
knight d6. Surprising move.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f1, knight e4, rook f6, knight f6.
Actually, was quite clever, I think, because now it's a good guard for d5 and h5 and so on,
Yeah.
and then he will take on b2,
Mm-hmm.
and he will have one pawn, but the rook and the king is out and so on. I think black has got full compensation.
Yeah. Now he has a very strong knight here,
Yeah.
protected by
Mm.
the pawn, and the knight protects these pawns, very
Mhm.
important,
Mhm.
and the king.
Mm.
And the queen can
Will take on b2 and then
will take here.
yeah.
Very interesting.
I think this was a good.
Yeah.
If you don't know what to do, probably this was a good way of.
This was also good because now after take
Mhm.
we have queen d4, right?
Mm.
Which forces a queen exchange, and then it's not so clear.
Oh my God! Nice move.
Yeah.
So maybe queen f5.
So it can, yeah, maybe you should.
It's,
do
it's a draw.
something.
It's a
It's
time
a
for
draw.
draw.
Yeah, maybe there will be a draw. I think. Knight g4. Surprising.
But that was maybe good also, because check on d8. The queen is away from.
I think you have to play c3 now at some point.
Queen e4 checks, dangerous.
And then back.
And
You
then-
could also play queen d8 first if you want to.
Mhm.
Queen d8, queen b6 maybe. Protect e3.
I think that black always will have a draw.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, so I think in that sense it can play safe.
Yeah.
There's only 1 minute left,
So-
and of course this is good to know that you
Something
can.
like this maybe could be playable. Again to centralize the queen.
Mhm.
Maybe you can go for something like this. Yeah, it's very complicated.
But why not give a check on e4?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if this is the best. There is also this is c3 idea, but I don't know. Maybe this check here. Maybe this is very dangerous. I don't know. But I think it's something like this. You can sort of flee here to the.
Mhm. I was thinking about maybe check on g2 and then knight e3, something like that.
Yes. I was also thinking about that. Something like this, right?
Because
And
now
probably you have to go up, but now you can maybe, I don't know. Yes, now you win with this,
that's right, and then check on f3. Yeah.
but you can go here. But now maybe even this move.
Or take on b2 maybe.
Yeah, the knight and queen
Yeah.
combo is quite nasty.
This is nasty.
that's very
I
nasty.
think that if it was reversed,
Mhm.
that Cantons only had 1 minute, then the game would have been over. But now you,
Maybe, but is this a better choice?
I don't know. But I thought Queen e4.
Let's say we flee.
Mm-hmm.
You can check here, but then I get down here, and it's
Mm-hmm.
Then you're-
Take on h2 maybe.
yeah. But if I just get my queen back and my rook in, I don't think you. I'm not so
No.
afraid of
No,
this knight.
I agree.
Yeah, he actually played this. He played this maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the position. But I think we should go to the next game.
Yes, please.
We shouldn't get stuck on this. So yeah, this will be a draw. As we said yesterday.
Yeah, and that's what I thought as well. Because I would say that White can fight here.
Of course he
But
can
okay.
fight. Of course he
Mhm.
can fight.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you could play a5 for instance. You have
Yeah.
this pawn here. You're attacking
Yeah.
a little bit. No,
Maybe
black's position is not so bad.
Bishop f4.
Yeah, but it's not that bad. A queen
Mhm.
ending, I don't think you're gonna win. But anyway, let's not get stuck. Let's go to the next game.
Mm-hmm.
So because this is interesting, we have Tiger,
Mm-hmm.
and of course we would like to see at least one or two
Mhm.
Swedes fighting in the top
Yeah, of course.
in the final rounds. So what do you think about this?
This was an interesting moment because White couldn't play King d4.
Right.
Because then it's a check on c6, huh?
Yeah.
So
You
because-
mean in this situation,
Yeah.
this would have been
Yeah.
disastrous because
Yeah.
there is a
exactly.
little-
But
little
so the thing is,
fork here.
I think that it might be a draw now because if you play like King d2, maybe
Yeah.
Rook a2,
And if you try some move like this,
f4.
then suddenly we have a counterplay.
Yeah, that's right.
I agree with you.
I think it will be a
it's
draw now.
drawish.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he played bishop f6, as we said.
Yeah.
And now the move was king to f1 here.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe take on h4 and bishop.
Take the pawn and maybe...
Yeah, because he doesn't want to swap.
Yeah.
So
He wants to keep rooks.
Yeah, rooks. And then
And probably
bishop f6, yeah.
Go back.
And now, yeah,
This should be better for black, but there is some fighting possibilities for white.
absolutely. Knight g4. I don't know. Knight g4
But
and
this
then...
this looks good for Khan, I think. And
Yeah.
he's the type of grinder who would he will play this forever. Okay, so what do we have? We had Trost. Well,
The knight is good on f5. Huh?
yeah.
This looks good for white.
There has been some sort of catastrophe in this.
Yeah,
but
what
no.
happened? What happened? Because
Yeah, we had this position, bishop f4, rook ab8, king h1, and now Ippolito went for what I suggested you can do. I didn't say you should, but you can do that.
But this can be dangerous when the white squared bishops are
Yes.
away, because the f5 can be very, very.
And
yeah.
yeah, he played very good here. This knight maneuver to f5. This is what you don't want to see.
Exactly. So this is probably very bad by black. You know.
Yeah, I would have started with h5.
In that case, yes.
Yeah, and
sure.
I would have waited. You know, I wouldn't have. But I think he was a little bit.
That's a strange move. Yeah.
Maybe he forgot that there is a counter threat here.
Yeah. But
But he was thinking, I'm threatening to win the bishop.
But it could also be that after knight c4, he thought knight e5. White needs to take on e5.
Yeah, but he had this retreat.
He had this because now h4.
h4, knight f5, queen here, and then of course he can exchange. And g3, excellent move.
Yeah.
Threatening to win immediately with this move, taking the queen. So rook b8, h takes g3, f6, king g2. This is lost.
Or at least white is clearly better.
No, but Edwin is winning this for sure.
I
because
think so too.
queen h7, you can play
queen g4.
Queen g4,
and then rook h.
Yeah, it looks bad. Well, maybe there is still some life in the position, but I think it should be after queen g4 and rook h1, or rook h1 and then queen to g4. It should be very good. We'll see. It's not 100% clear. Then we had Hampus. Oh, what's happening here? We have to go back and see what happened here. There was knight f8 we saw. e5, f6. All anticipated by us, right? Knight e4, bishop g7. Okay, why not? Knight g5, knight e6.
But that was not in.
That's not to your liking.
No, I don't know. It was
Knight,
more like
you want to go to d6.
d6. Yeah, that was the idea. But
maybe rook d8. It's not so clear what you're doing.
no, I take on c8 and play this position, and white will always be a little bit better, because even though black has got the d4 square, you have an extra pawn.
I'm not 100% certain about that, because you have to think about the following. After this and this and this, black controls these two squares, and the knight can come here.
Yeah, but I will take on d8 and play queen e4 or something like that.
Yeah, but this bishop can never go to d5. This is a bad
I
bishop.
know that. I know that.
Yeah.
I can play h4 and
So I think
king to h2 and bishop a3.
I would prefer to be black here, because you have the d4 square.
Okay. Next time we make a
play a game. You can go for this.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so knight g5 was played.
Yes.
Knight e6. Take. And I think I understand why Hampus went for this, but he didn't like to see the knight on d4, so he exchanged, right?
Yeah.
But now white's position is.
I was thinking about king h2, either with an idea knight e1, knight f3, or h4 and king 8, bishop h3, because you need to swap pieces here with white, I think, you know.
It's true.
And like you said, the bad thing is the bishop on g2, because it doesn't do much.
And also, if you could move this pawn back to f2. Yeah, I don't know. But let's see what happened. They played a number of moves. King h2.
Yeah.
Bishop f5. Queen d1. h5. Bishop f1. Rook e3. Knight c4. h4. g4. Bishop e4. Rook e2. Rook f3.
What a move!
What a move! And there is a trick here. And the trick goes like this. Check.
King G2, Queen G3.
Queen G3. Here.
This is not very
Check.
fun, yeah?
This is not fun at all. And then check, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Here. And then there
Bishop
comes
D4 is probably strong.
total collapse.
But this will not happen. So we go back. So here, for example, the question is, what about if you take on E4?
You like to play. You like to give your queen away.
It's of course I do. Yeah.
And this is completely
But
completely lost for white.
How can you say that?
Don't you see
No,
that?
no, I don't see that.
Oh, Ferdinand comes.
Knight to D3. And no, I agree. This is
This is horrible.
of course
It's a
this
horror
is
story.
most likely.
No, but we have to give Yasin.
This was a very nice move.
Yeah, and the whole attack
Oh
has
my
been
God.
played. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah. So yeah,
Was this played? No.
Rook F3 has been played and Rook takes E4 was played.
Yeah. I
So yeah,
I
he
said
has
that.
to play this.
Yep.
But I don't believe it. I mean, it's.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this must be lost for white.
You agree?
Completely.
Completely.
There's absolutely no
A
chance.
single chance.
Not a single chance.
But what about a knight and a rook in the attack?
Yeah. Yes.
No, I agree.
If you can get it.
No, I agree.
Let's go back.
So let's see if there is some technique in this.
So we
Guy.
see Bassam here.
Oh, look at that! Bishop
Oh.
take G6 and A2. Yeah. And now take.
What's happening here?
Yeah, what is happening here? I think it's calculated. Oh, Bishop C5 and Bishop D3. Is it?
Knight C5.
No, I take. I mean, take.
You take with the
Bishop
king.
F2, I thought, and Bishop C3 or something.
Yeah, you could play Queen E1,
Mm.
and then you want to go here.
No, I don't know. No.
You don't want to go there.
Queen E4 maybe?
Yes, I would think.
Queen E4 to activate?
Yeah, this should be black. Black should be good here, I think. How do you keep this blockade? The knight is coming, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The knight is
So,
coming.
We predict the win for Bassam. So then we go back to this game.
This is a bit strange game, huh?
So we had this position, right?
Mhm,
Queen
mhm,
B6.
mhm.
White has just made a queen tour.
Yeah, and the question was how black would continue. He played this, okay.
King D2,
Mm-hmm.
Queen G2,
Mhm.
and the king has to go up, I think.
Yeah.
Queen F3.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a draw after King D2? Or
Well, he's got so little time, so I guess it's just playing some. So, okay.
93. Well, there's a threat.
Yes.
A fork on C2.
Mm-hmm. And the
So-
check is quite annoying as well, because then you have knight C4,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, so.
A queen move maybe, Queen C5, or what happens on that?
These.
Queen E,
Maybe B6.
or Queen E4 check. And then B6, yeah, okay. B6 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
So B6. Can we move? There is some Queen F8 check, but we have King B3. I don't know. Is this stupid? We have Queen D3 check as a saving grace at some point.
D4. No, Queen D3 you have. Okay.
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
idea.
okay,
And
okay.
Then we go back.
Mm-hmm.
Very complicated.
Queen E4 and knight F5. I can make queen d3 anyway.
But the queen will be
Mhm.
good on d3.
That's a good
if,
one.
If we get the queen there,
That's a good one.
We are
That's a
sort
good
of
one.
on the way to recovery. Black has bungled this a bit, I think.
Mhm.
I mean, he was winning before, right?
Mhm.
Both your knight b2 and the queen b6 ideas.
Maybe they were better, yeah.
Maybe.
But only maybe, because
Hey, we don't know.
again, we don't use computers, so
No.
it's of course we make mistakes when it's such a complicated game, you know.
As the players.
Yeah, of
and
course.
that's the
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, of course. That's
So
the idea.
let's
Mhm.
go to Tiger's game again and have a look at that.
Oh, he actually played on.
Yeah, they're still playing. So if you take on,
Yeah, I think you should take on c7. Huh?
you have to take them.
Mhm. But then the question
The
is.
alternative would be to play f4 first,
Mhm.
something like this. What happens?
Could be
Knight
also.
c6.
Mhm.
Then you have knight c6 maybe, yeah, and you can take on e2 later and play a2.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So this
That's the trick. Huh?
this is not so nice.
Not so nice.
Losing immediately.
Mhm.
So maybe we should just take.
Yes, take on c7.
Well, it's a game.
But again, is it maybe if you can, because the f7 pawn can be
Yes,
very weak
yes,
here,
yes,
so
yes,
maybe
yes.
white is even better in this position.
Yeah, it's not clear. It's not clear at all.
Rook b2.
Rook b2. I would guess probably this move, right?
Sure. a2.
Yes, a2. And now, should we play f4?
Knight c6. That's
Yes.
this idea.
But then we move the rook, and then we have bishop c4 afterwards, maybe.
Okay, but f4.
But I mean, I don't
knight
think
c7.
I cannot imagine that black should be losing. This.
No, maybe it's even forced to win.
Maybe he's winning also.
Let's go back. Let's
But
go
it
back.
shouldn't be a win. It
No.
doesn't look like a
But
win. to me.
let's go back, because it's very crucial. It's very crucial
Yeah.
now
You want to go
to
back?
see. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, so this now. Okay, so this is very crucial position.
Well, there aren't
Mhm.
there aren't many
Many
moves.
moves. No, it's true.
You don't have many options here.
Mhm.
And since f4 is bad,
Okay, let's go for the take on c7. Rook b2 was suggested.
well, I don't think it matters so much if you play. You could play f4, but I mean, a2, rook a7 will happen anyway.
Then also, is it better to play rook 2? You also have, if you play rook.
But let's just make normal
Mhm.
moves here.
Okay.
Let's
Mhm.
not overdo this.
Mhm.
So
Mm-hmm.
how is this? Knight c6 maybe. Knight c6 and knight b4.
Yeah, but it's white to play.
Sorry,
so
yeah. So what do we do? But
Then it's maybe something else.
white does not really have a move. You will be knight c6, knight b4, whatever. Well, you have to play bishop c4 at some point, of course. But yeah, maybe you can
Rook
play.
a6.
You want to play rook a6, and we go.
Bishop c4.
Yeah, and then you can take on f7, right? But now we could play king g7.
Fair enough. Yes. Okay, I insist f4.
F4, yeah.
And knight goes back.
Bishop c4.
Mm-hmm. And then rook a7, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
No, but it's you can play knight b4, rook a7, a1 queen. Huh?
Aha.
It's
And
a
then
trick.
it's a trick.
It's a trick. Yeah.
But okay, rook a7. A1 rook takes F7.
Then it's a draw.
Better check, I
Yeah.
think.
No,
nice
it's
one.
no, it's not working. Huh? King G6, G8.
Rook F6.
Oh, you have rook F6. Oh my God.
Also rook f5.
Yes.
Okay,
That's a nice end.
So
it's a fantastic end.
there is some chances.
Some
but,
hopes.
But
This is not easy to foresee. This type
No,
of
no.
small
it's
tricks,
tricky,
yeah.
very tricky
Yeah,
position.
nice, very nice.
No, white has to take the pawn
Mm-hmm.
for sure. This is the only move. And we played the rook b2. Also
Mhm.
seems very logical, right?
Hmm?
And then
Mhm.
this move. And a2. And now there was rook a6. This is very difficult to see. But is that the only move? Can we play something else? Some g5 or something?
But it's white to play rook a6 here.
Yeah, but
G5. Playing for tricks again. This was maybe better.
because now there's no perpetual anymore.
This is difficult to defend.
Yeah,
Får jag ångra mig?
of course, yes. What do you want to do?
I want to go instead of A6 to A4.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should again play g5, or do you want to do something?
Yeah.
I think we
Mhm.
should do this because the same mechanism might be in play here.
I was thinking then maybe we can play F4.
I guess we take once,
Yes.
or do we? Yes.
This.
Take with the pawn, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Knight c6.
Knight c6,
Bishop C4.
and then we go here.
King F3.
Maybe you can take now. No, then we take the queen. Yeah, the queen, the queen. Yeah, king f3. Yeah. It's not easy.
And now king g7 with with the idea to play rook c2.
Well, then I play rook A7. Or maybe, yes, probably yes. Rook A7. Rook C2.
It's very complex.
What about that?
But
yeah.
maybe now it looks like White's saving himself.
But king g7, rook. I just had one idea that, and then now rook c2.
Rook takes. What is this?
And then
A1.
I can a1 and take.
But
Okay.
how-
A1 is not so clever. Yes.
But
This
is,
Mhm.
is
is this really winning?
probably not.
No, maybe well.
It should be a draw.
But at least it's a
Very interesting.
black
but
is fighting for the win at least.
we will have to
Mhm.
see what happens. So we go
Mhm.
to the next game.
Mhm.
Then
Yeah,
we
we had this.
This was. This we haven't seen.
for a while. Okay, he took on h4 as we predicted, then went back, and now we have this, that white has been able to avoid the swap of
You can
rooks.
just quickly see the moves from the last position. So it was king e2, bishop g5 he played, not bishop
Not bishop
rook
f6.
g1.
Okay.
I think it comes to the sort of
Yeah,
same
yeah.
general conclusion here. Rook d6, bishop a5, h5, playing for a win.
Of course.
Rook d4, bishop a3. White has no play here. That's the problem. Black's bishop is very strong.
But bishop c2, is that a threat?
No, rook takes e2.
Oh, you can have take immediately. I see.
We can just look at that. So let's say black makes just some move, and then you go
b5.
here. Then
This is
we
a-
have a
this is
trick,
nice. Yeah.
and something like this, and then it's easy.
Because if you had taken on e3, you had to take on
yeah,
g6. That was the idea.
No, but my impression is that this is probably
Difficult, at least.
it's very difficult. The h pawn is strong. You have at some point. You don't think so?
Bishop b2,
Yeah, bishop b2.
knight c4, or something like that.
Yeah, but it's black's
I'm
move.
not-
No, it's not clear. It's not clear.
Was it?
It's black's move now. Yes.
Uh-huh. I thought it was white's move.
No, it's black's move.
So
No,
if black
I just made the move a5 just to show this
then
point.
b5 is obviously
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
probably
the point, b5.
yeah,
Yeah.
to take away.
probably b5.
And then the knight has got problems to be activated. Yeah.
It's decided.
Yeah. Okay, we have a game that is finished here, and it's the Benoni game.
The Benoni game, where black suddenly got crazy.
Yeah, we had this.
Yeah, that was terrible. Yeah, I could just take it. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, resigns.
And then
Yeah, very easy. And then we have this game. They are still playing.
and he has a perfect defense. Come on,
Okay.
or at least some defense. But
He's still defending, but the position is hopeless, I think. One way to win this is to
is two.
maybe.
Do you want to play b5 at the moment?
No, I'm thinking if you somehow can get to this b3 pawn, or maybe b5. Yes, could be at some point. Not now, maybe, but at some point.
Bishop e3 and
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that, but it's not so clear because you have knight c1 at some point. Maybe, maybe not. No, not. You don't have that. You can play this move. And you make some move here. I don't know what you play. What you play?
king g2 or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
because
before.
my idea was to play like here and
Yeah, I
take
do
here,
understand, yeah.
but I don't know if this is probably maybe a move.
Check on c2
But then we have check here, yeah, and we win.
and then take.
And then we take this pawn, yeah. As I said, it's completely winning. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. We have many games, we have to follow all of them. Oh. Can you play queen d1 maybe?
Well,
So it's one with
knight d3.
D3.
Knight d3 is logical.
Also. Yeah, queen d1, maybe queen e3, and you have counterplay. No, you cannot play, it's pinned. No, why not queen d1? What's wrong?
bishop c3. You can do it.
What?
You do something else. I see it.
Yeah, he play. Well, there was bishop d2, c5. Yeah, he just. It's winning, of course. You just have to.
This move. Yeah, maybe
He wants to block the pawns, I think.
in the end game, white could try to get, if not c5, black can try to get
before b5.
white
passport.
sorry,
Yeah.
before so now king h2, I guess now I see it on this. Now you should take on g1 and then like p3.
And just just win. Yeah. Okay.
You could also just go up with your king. Huh?
Oh, here
queen e3.
we have a result here.
Ah, you have a queen e3.
Look at this.
White resigned, I assume. It looks bad.
Let's see. We have to go back here.
Oh no, did you get this one? Okay,
So-
what happened?
Check.
Mhm.
c3, queen f3, king b4, knight e3, a blunder.
Now white is some reason winning, yes.
White is winning.
And now queen c5 that we looked at was the best move.
Mm-hmm.
It says. I don't know.
Mhm.
Did I give this line?
What?
Yeah, this is the computer line.
This is
Ah, this should be very good. This must be winning somehow.
Uh,
Anyway, this didn't happen because he, instead of playing queen c5, he
Mm-hmm.
played queen c7.
Mm-hmm.
d4.
now you're in trouble. No, you're still not in trouble. For
It's
something
now
sure.
it's an equal game according to the computer. And now white makes a complete blunder. King a5.
Oh my god.
Allow queen f5 check. Yeah.
Queen f5, and wherever you go, you can go
Oh
here,
my
you can go
God.
here. The answer will be the same.
And he had 7 minutes against
1 minute.
Oh my god.
This was a very, very tough game, and in the end, it's very.
Should we go back at this position where we, this
No,
when
we're not.
No, we are not?
We're gonna check
I've-
because we have so many games going
Okay,
on.
Tom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Afterwards, we're gonna.
You
do
don't
that,
want to give
afterwards.
me my-
But we cannot relitigate the history. We have to
Okay,
look at what's
okay.
happening now.
Yep.
So.
There's another way.
So in the game, let's see here what
Mhm,
happened. There
mhm.
was
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
let's see. It was like this. This was the position.
Mm-hmm.
There was some and he played for a win with this. And f4, knight c6,
Mm-hmm.
rook a4. Yeah.
Maybe this was better actually.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
a bit
he-
wild.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah, because now he has.
Bishop on c4,
He can-
protecting the pawn to go
Yeah,
down.
yeah. So should you play like king f7, g7, protecting the pawn? Is that an idea?
So sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, maybe just move the king here.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well.
And the bishop c4.
Bishop c4, and I guess we go down.
Yeah. Maybe even e5. Is that something?
Mm.
And now it's a bit different type of
Yeah, that's.
play.
I think that this idea with getting the
Yeah,
pawn to
yeah.
a2 was very. Now it's more.
But there is some rook c1 at some point.
But e5 now, isn't it?
E5 looks
Yeah.
reasonable.
Mm.
Might
Maybe here, Bishop c1. We could do this. I don't know if that's a
King
good move.
d3.
Aha, you have king d3. Yes.
But then rook g2.
Yeah.
It's true, it's
Because my
true.
idea is I want to take these pawns.
Of course.
I want to exchange my pawn here.
Bishop d.
Bishop
Mhm.
d3. Yeah.
That d5.
Bishop d5 is possible.
Knight e7.
Yes, rook takes a3 draw.
Yeah, that's a draw.
Mm. Yeah, most
I think
likely.
a draw is not unlikely here.
No,
So,
it's true.
Okay, rook a1. What did you say? e5. Yeah.
Mm. But
Suddenly the black knight is not doing that much.
could maybe knight
No.
e7, you know,
Probably. Yeah.
None.
because actually, you know, if you
come
play,
to f5.
if you play g4, you have rook h1.
True.
True.
Yeah, it's still not over. Still a game.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So Tiger is still fighting for his life here. It's
Mhm.
not so easy.
And what is the time? Okay, at least just got better time. That is, you know, a good thing for him. You know.
Yeah. This is the position.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Yes,
Mhm.
so we shut
On this one, yeah. Khan.
We're jumping to this one.
Mm.
Black is advancing on the queen side, yeah.
Mm.
And it's still the same trick that you cannot ever go here because of this. Rook takes and rook d2 and the position falls.
So we start to push with a4, b4, and so on, most likely, you know.
Yeah, I think Khan has.
Maybe knight g4. No, then rook d2 again.
Yeah.
Just try to find a trick. But there is not much here. Huh?
No.
Khan is grinding.
But this is actually the type of position that he can play very well in, you know, this type of strategy. Okay, so this was the.
Yeah, so we got king h2.
Mhm.
There was an exchange and knight d3, as we said.
Mhm,
h4,
mhm.
king f7.
G4, go for it.
Yeah, but this should be fairly easy because
Mhm.
he will pick up the pawns on the queen side.
Mm.
So we go. So the games are starting. Aha, this was a draw. This game.
I think someone said that. It was you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think with all
Yeah.
the activity, of course, Black had some weakness,
Mm.
but
Mm.
then when he took it, suddenly it's a draw by
Mm.
repetition because, well, Black will do this.
Hmm.
and
King h3, or
King h3.
maybe.
This looks a bit dangerous, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe.
What about maybe f5 or something?
Queen c4 check.
Ah,
Mhm.
sorry. The idea is to somehow try to
I know,
punish
I
this.
know.
Queen f5 check.
Yeah,
Imagine.
queen f5 is good.
This is
No,
No.
king
it's a bit
go.
risky for white.
Of
No,
course
but
it-
this is risky.
could-
No, king. But the idea was to go back, you know. But okay.
h3 check.
Yeah, but then h3.
Yeah, and then king f1,
Yeah, but then then it's
because then you have a check on
I would
c8.
imagine white played queen g2.
But I
very
don't
dan-
believe.
very dangerous.
Mhm.
Okay, so then we have Tiger. Yeah, they are playing. King g7 was played,
Mhm.
and we'll see what happens there. And then we have
Mhm.
Khan going probably towards the black win. I would
Mhm.
suspect. I don't know, but
Rook h4 is.
yeah, it's a move.
Why not? Try some do something.
Idea is to come to e4, I guess. So
Mhm.
let's just look at this, and then suddenly
Suddenly,
Oh, nice.
white is
in good
in,
shape,
in the game.
to say the least.
Mhm. Rook
How,
c6.
no, but however, isn't bishop takes e3?
Mhm, I was thinking about that as well.
Now,
Yes, and then a4. Isn't this
Mhm.
a serious problem?
yeah,
Mhm.
this is a problem. So probably take with the, I don't know.
With a king.
It wouldn't
What?
make- No, it wouldn't make. Oh yeah, you have to take with the pawn.
Because if you take the king, there's a4 and
And no squares. Yeah.
Okay, so take with the pawn and a4,
Bishop d1.
rook d8,
Hanging on a thread, but okay.
and then e5. Okay, rook d4 and only move, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, it's not over yet.
No.
But
Not over yet, yeah.
H4.
Mhm.
Yeah. Black is better for sure.
Maybe. Yeah, it's maybe even a forced win, because you have problems with your coordination with the bishops, and
Mhm.
e5 is close to.
It's not.
You cannot play king f2, for example, because of e5. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tricky.
Tricky. And Hampus, has he lost?
Let's see what happened. So king h, and then bishop e3, as we said.
Mhm.
f5, g5, f6, king f7, rook f5. What's he doing there?
It's very dangerous.
It's an attack.
It's not. doing anything else either.
It's not doing anything.
Bishop d4.
I mean, what's the point? What if we just...
Maybe queen b6, queen b2.
Is
maybe.
this bad?
No.
Do you have
it's
some...
not.
Yeah, then
Are you going to play knight here?
knight g3, yeah, and then knight e4, you know, and
Yeah, okay.
Maybe
And
queen b2.
but
There is
what about
nothing.
Queen
There is
D,
nothing.
Queen d1 maybe?
Oh,
King
so
G2?
good, yes.
But queen b2 is winning immediately, isn't it? Because you cannot do anything.
Did you say king g2? And what
Queen,
about-
no, queen. I said queen.
But there are many moves here.
Yeah, many moves. Queen b2 is easily possible.
Yeah, this is possible. Of course. No, this is over.
Okay, that's a bit of a surprise to me actually, because I think Hampus has played some good games.
But this downfall started with the bishop takes c5.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
In this position, he took on c5.
Yeah, that was very strange.
Ferdinand,
King on c5.
what do you think of?
Terrible.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, it's
But
very
Is
strange.
there some tactical take on?
No,
If you no, is black threatening anything?
no, he was not.
No, it's very
It's very strange,
Yeah,
very
because
strange.
it takes away the only weakness
The-
in black's
The
position.
next, of course, black's next move is queen b6.
Could be.
You have to think about something
Mm-hmm.
to counter that, but this should be something. The question is what?
Well, you could play knight d4
Yeah.
when it happens, so to speak.
Yeah, or rook b1 for that matter.
Rook b1, yeah, you can play.
So
Typically in these positions, you move around back and forth,
Exactly.
and you
You just need to
try to create something.
cautious. Yeah.
maybe I don't know. Maybe I like to play king h2.
Yeah, and then
Just
maybe
to get-
f4.
Exactly. This is the normal.
Well, maybe or even f3 at some point. Just
Mhm.
Mhm.
Just to
protect.
safeguard.
But
Yeah, I-
f3 queen b6.
I like
think
this
is a problem.
Yeah.
Tactical
Mhm.
immediately. But queen b6, I would go rook b1
Mm.
as long as e4 is.
It is protected.
It is. Nah, maybe there's something in the
But
end there.
is
With
it- is
f2, the f2, the f2.
Isn't black trying h5 and
Yeah.
h4 and things like that?
Yeah.
The-
Black has a nice version of maybe king h2 was sloppy. Maybe
Yeah.
king h1.
Mm. Mm.
King h1, let's say, and maybe. But maybe there's some problem. Queen b6.
Yeah,
Rook
there-
b1, knight takes e4, and then takes everything, and then it's bishop f5 in the end. And b1 is hanging.
But you can also play knight to c1. I mean, you don't want, you don't want to, but you can do that as well, just to keep the rooks in the right.
I don't think he has to take on c5, as he did.
No.
And after that,
This-
black's game became very easy,
Mm.
and yeah,
Mm.
and it went downhill. I
But-
think.
Mm.
Yes, but let's see then if we can find something.
Maybe h5 again, just to.
What is queen b6 tactically?
Mm.
What I
Yeah, but what about if you play? I mean, for example, knight c1. If you do it, like
But-
play that.
Yeah, okay.
is even
Maybe then, yeah, maybe why not? It looks strange, but
Yeah, it looks strange, but the question is, you know.
is white worse here? Is that
yeah,
really?
I don't think so. Maybe now h5. Oh, no, this is very passive.
But you also have like.
I don't like knight c1. I don't.
No,
do we
but-
really have to play that? But I'm not sure about king h1 either.
No, but you have to find some move that protects. Oh well. Oh, protect in advance. Go knight d4.
Yeah, that I think is playable. But he just played the knight to d2.
Well, all right.
But
You
it
have
doesn't
to
matter.
Admit your mistake.
Exactly,
But-
exactly.
but-
It doesn't
but-
matter.
yeah,
Maybe it's the
but-
best move anyway.
But I think typically in these positions, it could be a repetition or something like that. I don't think black think he's winning here. But after this, I would call it a bit reckless move, taking on c5, and suddenly black has no weaknesses,
Yes, but okay.
and he controls d5 and he controls
Yes, it
d4.
doesn't look good, but alright, take on d8.
Yeah, he played. He played.
No. This is wrong.
Yeah, we can take here.
Take it.
So let's say we take with the rook.
Maybe f4.
Yeah. Then we get almost the same as in the game. Very similar. Probably knight d7.
e5.
Mm.
And then you play maybe here.
Yes.
Knight e4.
e4 now it's looking
Bishop
quite
f4.
harmonious
Yeah.
for white. The rook is good on e1.
Yeah,
Shouldn't move anywhere.
So rook d8.
Mm.
Should we play queen takes maybe?
Perhaps, yes. But I'll go f4 anyway.
Mm.
Maybe yeah. There could be some knight h5 move that could be annoying. Knight h5 could be.
Looks strange.
Because you want to play the bishop d4 check. Huh?
But it threatens knight takes g6.
Mm.
Then queen d4, yeah.
Yeah, that's my
Mm.
tactical
Mm.
idea.
Yeah, that's the point.
Mm.
And if e5, then it gets interesting because
Bishop f5 and yeah, you have some.
my idea was f6,
Mm-hmm.
but g4 might be a serious problem. No, knight takes f4 and queen d4. check.
Queen d4 check, yeah.
One
Queen
of the-
f2 in that position.
c3 has.
C3.
One of them has.
Always.
Too
I
Yeah.
see.
Something like this.
Mhm.
No,
Nice.
my feeling is that white is not ready for this.
Maybe now rook d1. I don't never give
It's
up.
not clear. No, don't give up. And then g4
Yes. That's it.
could be.
Even
Very strange.
queen e7 and then
Yeah, you could play this.
take on f4 or something. Is it possible?
Yeah, but then we are.
And then queen takes on e5 and then
Yes, but
Can we take here?
take
Take and take here.
become interesting. Yes, this is becoming very interesting.
No.
This is probably.
even better. Yeah.
This looks very sensible for black. This is of course very unpleasant. But okay, I see a pawn, I take it. Take on g6 and see.
Queen e3 check.
No, we check here and play f3.
I know. What am I supposed to do? That was not too clever.
No.
Never mind. Instead of
Maybe not g4, but
no, I don't. Then it comes bishop.
it's very tricky. Very tricky. Anyway, I think
Anyway.
Maybe,
maybe this taking on c5, maybe there is a way for white. But we can just see what happened in the game, because when he did this, he should have seen some way out of this, because this was what happened. And f6
Mm.
and knight g5 and
knight g5.
yeah, it's a bit strange, but already
You should go 96 and take off on c8.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
thought as well.
yeah, we looked at something
Might
like
as
that.
well.
Yeah, probably better, but this was what happened. And suddenly,
Terrible.
terrible.
And I had
Here, of course, maybe he should take on e4 instead, but it's probably very bad. But this
this
happened.
was a nice move. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we had to offer his queen, and yeah, and it all went downhill. Aha, they have, they are playing here now, but this is of course lost.
Mm.
Okay, so let's see. So then we have maybe we go back again.
Bassam.
Bassam.
again. Okay.
Yeah, now he's completely winning because he's blocking the pawns. And he picks up the pawns with the knight on the other side, I would suspect.
But he just went to e1. That's a bit strange. If that.
He took the queen on the
I took on
or the bishop.
Sorry, then
The
I
bishop.
understand.
Go
Of
ahead.
course.
King
But then it's
F2.
absolutely
King f2,
perfect.
and I
Okay.
guess we do this.
King
Yeah.
E3.
King e3, and now we should we go and no, we should go and take this one, right?
King F4.
Yeah, and then we take here.
G5 check.
Yeah, I guess we go back.
King f7. And then knight
King
d4.
E4.
Mm-hmm. But I would have wanted to put the king on g5 before, but okay.
Okay, let's go back.
It's true.
uh,
Still a little bit. There's still some.
Yeah, it's not super. Maybe here knight d3 is not the
Well,
best move. Maybe knight c2.
May I ask, was it even good to move your king from G?
But knight c2 he played. It's much better.
Uh-huh. Okay, King F3. Searching. Was we good?
King g5,
King E4.
knight to b4. But how is this?
How is this? H6.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we take it.
King F5. The knight has no return. The knight is well good. But this knight C6 or knight C2 is when probably.
Yeah, this I think.
This is really
Hmm.
But maybe instead of King E6,
Do you want to play g5 or something?
I'm being silly. No, King F6.
Okay, we go back. So you played h6.
Yeah.
Take king f5.
Knight C2, King F6. I'm a bit silly,
Playing for a win.
but well, I have to do something. This is, I mean, I'm not saying it's draw, but it puts me some problems.
Yeah, this is it's a good idea. Knight d4 check.
Sorry?
King f7.
What? Knight check.
King f7.
And here,
King F6.
yes.
Hmm.
It's not so easy, right?
Chess is difficult.
So after knight, he played knight c2,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we looked at king f3.
I mean, white has an easy game. Just go forward and hope for the best. Hope for a draw.
Can you play like king g5, king e4, knight b4, h6? Okay, I was thinking about king g6, but then just g5. Yeah. Okay.
So if what happens if we do this check?
Mm-hmm.
Even King F4.
Let's take it,
Check.
and we have to move back.
Mm-hmm. King g7.
Or here,
King E4.
king e4. You said, yeah.
King G5.
But Maybe you could just play
King C6.
King
exactly.
C6.
See
And then the
that?
question is, how do we actually do anything?
King E6.
Well, then I would probably go H6.
Then knight
But then
H4.
we have this check here if we want to.
Yeah. And then even knight.
Now we win.
Yes, but maybe not there.
This wins.
Mm.
And then
Uh-huh.
the knight.
Exactly, that's the point.
But I think Bassem will win this. He's super good in these endings. He
Mhm.
calculates 100 moves if necessary. So I think he will win. But Seaman is putting up a very good fight.
Yeah, this was impressive actually.
King B6
Now,
instead of King C7. King B6.
so we had this position.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. No, King F4 was probably stupid.
Okay,
My original move was King E4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the position in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play King F3,
Knight E4,
Knight
King
E4.
E4.
King E4, and I think we have to take this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Else it's just completely nothing.
What? King D5?
No, what did we play? No, you played King F4 for the last time.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's it.
King E4 is an improvement. Yes.
Mm.
So now we have to think: should we take it or not?
Now we have to think.
There is Knight E6. It's not super bad.
Maybe Knight E6.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. This
I
is
agree.
this is good because the knight stops both pawns
Mm-hmm.
and the king. So if you play here, now we can go here maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can go back, of course.
H6.
Or H6, yeah.
Like this one.
H6, but then we go
One
here.
step closer, yes. And King C6.
Yeah.
King E6,
King C7.
King C7.
King C7. Yes, that's the problem. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy at all.
But Bassem. Let's look at Tiger game
Yeah.
because it's. Is he thinking now?
Rook C1 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he played actually after E5. It was Rook G1, King
Mhm.
F2, Rook C1.
Okay.
Yeah, Heberla is
And Bishop D5.
playing for a win here for sure. Bishop D5,
Knight E7.
97.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it will be a long game. Okay, so we have Khan against Costa.
He got. Yeah.
Okay, so he chose another way here.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe now you can play like F4 or something. F4, F5 or something.
But then maybe Bishop F6.
Yeah, it's true.
So, but what about A4?
Yes.
If White plays A4.
To block everything, yeah?
Yeah, just to get so that
Yeah,
you're
I
sure,
agree, I agree.
are sure that
Yeah.
the bishop is on this.
It's not
To-
only a question of blocking, it's getting the C4 square.
Yeah, but it's preventing
Mm.
A4, I mean.
Yes. Aye. I don't know.
White
Soon-
has
soon-
improved. The Rook on
Yeah,
E4
but
makes
that
a
was-
difference.
I
yeah.
think that was. I think he should have gone for this line that we take on E3 and A4. I think it was much better actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
I don't like this.
Unfortunately, you cannot take moves back.
You cannot. Okay.
Yeah, there's a new rule.
Yeah, I think you should take on E3 anyway.
Yeah, I
Mm.
agree.
Mm.
Well, the alternative is to go for some Bishop F6 at some point. Let's say you play. What can you do here? Is
Yeah,
there,
that's the problem. What can you do? Or you
No, but you could-
take on A4.
you
Yeah.
play B4.
No,
B4.
that's
Knight-
C4?
Then we take it.
Yes.
This is your trick, Ferdinand.
I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Too bad.
Uh-huh.
But is winning now? Bishop takes it 4.
I don't know.
But-
Said this.
somewhere. I don't know where. Here maybe. Take.
Yes, and rook takes e6.
Probably this is not clear.
Rook c2 maybe.
Rook c2. Yeah.
Yes. This is probably.
But I think that you can do after b4. You don't have to allow this. You know, you can do something else. You can wait to move.
Yeah, well, knight c4 is not obligatory here.
No, exactly. f4,
Yes.
and then maybe.
And if we play this, then you take, I guess,
And knight c4.
and you go here.
And now suddenly you have. I think that white is better in this position even.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Yes, but it's not nice. But
Yeah. But this was not so good. So
No.
we go back. a4 is, I think, a good move.
take knight 4.
But it wasn't played. Bishop e5 was played, and rook b6 was played. So this is the actual position.
He wants to go wild here or nah? Doesn't look good. I was thinking f4, bishop f6, f5, but I don't think it will.
Maybe you can play bishop d4 just to.
Annoy. Yes.
So what would you say? Is it more like a draw now than a win for black?
Yeah.
Before we thought it was more like a win.
I think that if I would have taken on e3 and play a4, bishop goes down. It's completely different story.
Yeah, I agree. That's clear. Suddenly white has some.
Yeah, because
Some
you know
play.
the minor pieces can be very strong in this type of positions when
Right.
they are attacking and so on. So watch out.
So what do we have? Do we have? Yeah, Hampus lost. Not unsurprisingly.
Nope.
The pawn is going down. So what does? Yeah. So in this position, the computer we can see now says it's completely equal position, and after this, black is slightly better, minus 0.1. And then it's still equal all the way. Equal. Knight g5, bad move. Suddenly it's an advantage.
96 in my opinion.
Yeah, but now knight e6, bad move. Bishop f5 was better. But I mean, this is computer moves. So take.
Slightly
King
better for black.
h2 was a mistake. Queen d1 was a mistake. h5. Queen f1, rook e3. Knight c1, mistake. Yeah, and now we get this position. And after bishop e4, rook e2 was a terrible mistake. He has to take. But of course, black has good game against f4. Rook e2, rook f3. And from this point on, it's just completely winning.
Of course.
It was a nice game by this Yassin Sari.
Yeah, it was actually quite impressive. I don't think he made any real mistakes in a way.
No, he didn't actually.
In real.
No. Well, he made
some small.
Yeah, some small minor, but you know, like a computer can say that it's. But for a human, it's just impossible to say anything like that. Okay,
so let's go back.
So let's go back. We go
Yeah,
back.
I think this is the most important, interesting. He played. Look, he played king g3.
That looks completely strange.
That is very strange, isn't it?
That is.
It cannot be played.
No, that's.
Did he play this?
Yeah, he played king g3.
But king g5.
Yeah.
Well, right. He's further away from the d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's
King
very
f3.
strange.
But king f3. Black is also further away. King f3. King g5, king f3.
But he
But
played.
can't we just play like we did before? Play knight to d4 here. What do you do?
Yes, you get into the variation we were not happy with. True. But I don't know. What else? The knight e4, yeah. Well, white has to.
Very
So-
solid move.
Has to try.
I mean, you have to take the b3 pawn at some point.
Yeah.
So let's say knight d4, and now of course I think it's king f4 because
Nothing else.
else there is just resignation. So the question is here. Well, it's still a fight.
Yeah, this is not so
But now he has taken this d2, right? Because he hasn't gone straight up to e4. So now maybe this is not so stupid.
Yeah, and g5, king g7, king f7.
Yeah, I think here. Because we have a check here.
King e4.
King e4. This
That's
maybe?
the thing.
King d5, king e7.
Knight f5. Now
No.
we're looking at this.
No, king f5.
Yeah, this was
Yeah,
the plan.
that's right, yeah.
Oh, but
But,
if I go king, if I go h6,
Probably king e6.
I go
King.
king
King.
e6. I hope for the best.
Yeah. Doesn't look so bad. Maybe white is winning.
no.
That I doubt.
No, you-
Knight e3 is probably draw, but
Yeah.
but
Yeah, it's a draw.
is there win for black? Unlikely.
Well, it's what they call Zugzwang in Germany and
In German.
everywhere else. No, this is
Okay,
not. This is
let's
not
go
good
back.
enough. Yeah. So
Mhm.
king e4 in this position. Do we have something better maybe? Is there some strong? What happens if we go to e6? It's probably stupid.
h6.
Then h6 comes. I wanted to get some knight, but there are too many king moves here. King f4 is always very strong.
Now you
Here, check.
risk to lose. King f4, yeah.
King f7. Aha!
Oh,
Clever.
knight draw.
Clever.
No,
Knight.
no, it's not a draw. I know.
But it's the best move.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But there are no guarantees with this line.
No, absolutely not.
No, but it's
Absolutely
nice
not.
being a commentator. You don't have to. But however, you have not answered the most important question in the chat.
What is that?
The most important question is, where is the Anna Kramling?
We have already answered it. Actually, we did it long time
Oh,
ago.
yeah, okay.
Okay, we have a nice commentary. Tack så mycket för grym kommentering, Jesper and Tom, which means thanks for great commentary, Jesper and Tom. Thank you very much to Lucky Ture. We also have Poddy 112. Vilka kufar. Thank you very much. We agree.
We agree.
We agree.
We are flattered.
And we are actually proud. So, what we have more? Come on, Leon, sending support from Spain. And Leon, how did Leon do? He's still fighting, yeah. So we send our love to him and hope he can make it. Also, look at board 13. Okay, we will do that.
But that was a long time ago. But okay. we can
Okay.
do it.
No, we can just see what.
Yeah, sure.
Ja, det sa jag.
Okay, they are still playing.
Interesting.
Oh. 3 pawns against the rook.
Olivera.
Well, black cannot lose.
Bartovara. Oliver Bartovara.
Only with really bad moves. I think this
is a
should.
draw, I think.
This is a draw, yeah, because you check from the side.
Is it white to move?
Yes.
Rook e7.
Yeah, you can do that.
Draw.
Yeah. You can attack.
I
Then
have-
G5, then you play rook F7, yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
Okie dokie.
So, what's happening with Bassem?
He is thinking.
So we did this, right?
Yeah, but I was thinking about king g5, king f3. That's the problem, huh?
Yeah, but now what can you do now? Do you wanna check?
No, I'm not sure.
But you have nothing else. What can you do?
Yeah, but I was thinking about if you could play like with a knight on b4. I mean, if the king goes to e4, then you can play knight b4, and then there is no move. That was a little bit my idea, but
Yeah, but how do you?
no, exactly. This is the
I understand
problem.
what you mean, but
And then I thought maybe you could, put the knight on e7 or something like that.
what you mean is something like this and this.
And if it
if
was white to
yeah,
play,
if it was white to play.
then you need to go back, and then you can play knight c6 and knight e7, and maybe you have like a control of the pawn on here, and
Still not easy though,
no, but
because you haven't taken the b3 pawn, so
I know.
It's a long,
But,
long way.
But if the knight comes, if you can go with the knight to control the pawns, but
I
I don't
agree.
know.
But that's what we're trying all the time. It's very difficult.
Mm.
Ideally, you take the b3 pawn on the way. Then I think
Mhm.
the win is more likely. But in this position, it's apart from the fact that, like you said,
But let's see, the king g3. This is the position.
right. Yeah.
But should you play that? Knight d4? No, knight c6. I was thinking about with a knight to c6. Then of course g5 will come. Okay, knight. Because I want to have the knight on.
But how was this line with taking here? We didn't finish that.
g5.
Did we go here? You forget. You forget the
Maybe even
lines.
king f5.
Yeah, maybe king f5. It's a very difficult position to analyze because you mix up all these lines, and sometimes you are in Zugzwang, sometimes your opponent is in Zugzwang. You get into these difficult, really horrible position. But I have trust in Bassem.
Trust in Bassem. He has
Yeah.
only 10 minutes left now.
Yeah. But
So it's
Seban also has some time issues. But we do it one more time. Let's go into it.
Okay.
I think. Do you prefer to go here?
Actually, I don't know anymore. I'm getting confused.
Okay. Knight d4. Then we have this move. And what?
Wait. I just got to unscrew. No, it will not work. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Because you can get this idea you had. You can just go back here. I mean, what's the problem?
G5 check first.
Then here.
Yeah.
And you try to get in, or because if
No, maybe this actually. And knight e7. Yeah.
This is
Okay.
your idea.
It's my idea, but
But you don't like
but
it
no.
anymore.
It was I thought that I could have it in one more up, because now you can push the pawns. Maybe
Not so easy. How do you push?
Let's play king f4. King e4. Maybe knight f5 actually.
Yeah. Now you have a check here. But of course, this move.
true.
Now you should avoid this move, because then this comes. And now you try to save the draw with this, but then this comes. But then there's a check, okay. But and anyway, you lose the game, so completely. Just wanted to show something that didn't work. Okay. No, actually, I don't really see the line here. I have to admit. And also, this is the problem. If there was a win, Bassen would have seen it already.
No, my point was that if you could have this with the king on g5 and then play the knight to e7, you would win easily, you know.
Yeah, but the problem here is you cannot block the king from entering d5, right? Because we have this problem with the
it's
tempi.
the tempo. It's the tempi.
Yeah.
Mm.
So now you would like to say pass.
That's perfect.
Let's see how that line is. Let's say we do this,
Mm-hmm.
and let's say he plays here,
Mm-hmm.
here, here, and here, just for fun. Is this
Oh, this is fun.
now is the question? Is this really good? I mean,
Can you even play h6?
yeah. Then we're back to something we looked at with Ferdinand.
Mm-hmm.
He-
But with the b3 pawn, this is the difference, I think, isn't it?
yeah, in that line we were taking the b3 pawn. Right, this is easy draw.
Yeah.
So the idea.
Not even if you get your dream position, it's a win.
But there has been moves.
Okay.
Knight d4 was played and king f4. So here
Mhm.
we are.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that we have looked at all the moves here. Knight takes b3, knight c6, knight e6.
Knight e6, check, king e4, knight c7, king f4.
Going nowhere.
He will take on b3, I think.
Okay, let's do that. Let's check it out. So,
Mhm.
okay, knight takes.
g5.
There is also king e4. But then we can, no, we cannot do that. King e4 is playable. What? Because of the king. Let's say this. You go here.
But what about? Mhm.
What you do here?
Can you play king e6 instead?
Yes, of course. But then
This is a tricky one.
we start walking.
Mhm.
When you go back,
And but my idea was: is there any way that the knight could come back?
no.
But if you go back. So this. Knight is d2 check.
Well, it
knight
wa-
knight d2 check.
This was the line I showed before, right?
Yeah, but
this is this
Mhm.
line here.
Yeah, it might be that this is actually the best line. I
And you
mean,
have
this
to
is
take a
winning.
knight.
This is winning for black, because the knight cannot move. Huh? So you can go for d5.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah,
easily.
that was my idea. But
Actually, yeah, because now where should the king go?
yeah, that's the problem.
If you go to d3, you have knight f3, and then h7, check on e5 and knight g6.
Yeah, this was my calculation actually when
You are so good, Tom.
this was the plan.
Uh-huh.
So this wins. So yeah, this might actually be the trick.
I think so, actually.
Yeah.
This is the only chance, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. Okay. So then we're finished with that one.
Okay.
Okay, let's see
Mhm.
Tiger.
Mhm.
See what.
Oh.
What's happening here? We have to go back. You know,
What is
I need to
happening
see
here?
what's happening.
Exactly what is happening.
E5. There was rook g1. There was this.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d5, knight e7. We said this, yes. And rook
Mhm.
c3. Very logical.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a8, and now f5. Bishop
Okay.
g5.
Mm-hmm.
h4 and g4. The good thing for white is now he has a passed pawn, protected passed pawn on e5. But
The problem is that black wants to have the knight joining in with knight d5. The question is where to put the bishop now. Because if you put it on g2, there will be a check on c2 and then a2. Huh? And if you put it on and b7 looks strange to put it, then c6 maybe even.
Yeah.
If h1 looks also a bit strange. Bishop h1. What do you say?
I mean, we could play check and a2 at some point.
Of course.
Because the bishop is sort of it doesn't get into it. To me, it looks like black has improved his position considerably.
Me too.
Okay.
I think black is winning now.
Maybe I agree with you. So
it's Khan.
Okay, Khan has made some. So there was a3, a4, a3 he played. Whoops. He played a3 here. What's
Instead of a4, okay. Strange, okay.
yeah? Bishop a2, rook bc6, threatening to check here.
Why didn't he take on e3 in that moment?
I don't know, but maybe he should. So he played.
Okay, I don't understand.
Rook c5, bishop d4, rook c1, bishop d3, and b4. And now it looks like there's a breakthrough going on here, right? A pawn breakthrough. But it's not so clear. It's not 100%, is it?
Bishop b2.
Can you take on e3 then? But then king take maybe, but then you have a rook, then you have a rook check on e1. So let's just look at that.
Yeah.
So this move, I'm thinking maybe this move.
King take.
Because if you take with the rook, for instance, then we have this.
Yeah, exactly.
But is that winning? Yeah, that's it. That's winning. Yeah. So you have to take with the king to avoid this. But now instead we have this check.
King d2.
But can't we just take? The h pawn is almost walking straight down. Almost.
Maybe take with the bishop and play f4. But
yeah,
I agree. This should be take on a3. I think is the simplest.
Even this could be very nasty.
Could be.
And then h pawn and rook c2. Looks like a win for me at least. Okay. So that was that. So let's go back.
a4 look much better, I think. But okay. Is
So
this the
king
position?
f4. Yeah, this is the position.
So he didn't. Yeah. So now the question is if you can take on. No, but now it's not the same. Huh?
No.
What was
Let's see.
Okay.
Knight c2, king g3, knight d4.
Yeah. It's king knight take on b3. Yeah.
And then we said this move.
Yeah, but maybe g5.
Yeah, you could play g5. And what happens then?
King f7.
He has played it already. This is the position now.
Is this the position?
Yeah, this is the position. King f7, yeah, as expected. Yeah, but now, now it's this line. This and here. Wasn't it something with this move, or was this?
Wasn't it king e6 and knight d2? That was also a possibility, wasn't it? I thought it was that move. But I don't know.
King e4.
King e6.
Yeah, maybe this was it. Yes, and h6,
check and d2.
Then we have this. And we have this
exactly
brilliant win. I don't know if it's 100% certain, but check. King f4, this.
Because where to go with the king? Is there anywhere else you can go with the king?
No. We have already established that.
No, there is nothing else, huh?
Because if this, then you go here, and after this, you have this check here, and you.
Exactly. And then you can even play d5 and.
Yeah, it should be easy. as soon as you get this type of position where the knight can hold both the pawns, then you can. Then it's a pawn ending on the other side, and it's easy winning, right?
I agree.
Okay.
So maybe he is winning.
Well, he will easily see.
But this was
line.
what is the position?
Yeah, this was if he plays king e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or after h6, but then we go here. Now it's just winning, right?
I think so.
Something like this. No, we just take. Check. We just go back
Mm-hmm.
because
King f6.
king f6. But now the knight comes here. This is
Simple.
is easy.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Good, good.
And then c pawn runs.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, maybe we nailed it. So that was the reason we played. Did we play this move? No. What did we do? h6. No, then it was just this move, right? So king here.
King
And
e6.
now we cannot check because king threatened.
So king e6
this is strong. We have to play this, and now this.
And h6.
And now h6, and it looks like. But then we have this.
Most likely, yeah.
And the king goes here. And we take.
Mm-hmm.
And this. And this. And queen and check.
Mm-hmm. I think he will see this actually. What do you say?
It's this position, and he played king e6. So we're
Is
going.
it, is it like this?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
We're going for this. We're going for this.
Uh-huh.
This is going to happen now. Okay, people are rooting for Jacob. We can see this. Srabian, still watching. We're still supporting Jacob. And we have Miss Tilda saying, "Yeah, Jacob, you can
I have
do
a
it.
strange
Good
idea.
luck from Ireland."
I have a strange idea.
Let's show it.
What about if you play king d3?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe just even a check on. I just had. My idea was like king f5 h6, and then
And then the king comes.
yeah, that was my idea. So the question is.
So can we play this move?
Yeah,
Maybe there's a better move. Wait, this. What about this move?
Yeah, okay.
And then you go here, and then
Knight c6,
the knight comes
and
here.
you have the same idea. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course. Oh, I just try to find something, you know.
I'm beginning to think that it's perhaps winning.
Yeah, I think so too. Bassam has control, but there's only 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
Is it 30 seconds increment, I guess? So we will always have that.
So let's see what's happening with Tiger. Yeah.
No, desperation in a way, but
When you start making moves like that, you know it's not going so well, right? Because now, can't you just play? Well, you have rook takes f5, right? That's the idea. After
I mean a2 isn't the move, huh?
a2 is moved.
What about a2? What is happening then?
Yeah. White's all the white pieces are on the wrong squares. Yeah, king f6. Then you can take on f5.
And then take on e6, okay.
But it doesn't work actually because you have rook e3 and knight e5 and take it. So.
But king f6 is probably the best move, isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you can play this,
Mm-hmm.
something like this. But then you actually have this move.
Mm.
Maybe. I don't know.
You like the knight, huh? King c3.
Yeah, you have to stop this. But now we win on the
Or
other
no,
side.
or king e4 and knight f5. No, okay. h5.
Maybe
yeah,
this.
okay.
Here. Maybe just take this guy. Some move, I don't know where. Here.
No. Then f1 must be better.
Really? I think so.
Yeah. I thought so.
You take it. You have to take here.
King g4.
Now we go here.
Easy.
Yeah, it's easy. Well, you don't even have to play like that. It was winning. Okay.
So Tiger is losing. Kokoshari is what?
Still fighting.
Yeah.
So there was bishop. Let's see now. Bishop d4,
Mm-hmm.
and he played rook c1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d3,
Mhm.
b4, and f4. This is the move
Okay.
we haven't seen. Okay. So what's happening here? Because if you play bishop f6, you can take, and then your rook
Take
takes.
with the rook check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Bishop e7.
bishop e7 looks like a decent idea.
Mm-hmm.
What happens after that?
Maybe bishop e5.
Yes. We can take on a3 maybe.
Take on a4.
So let's have a look. So let's say this move is not so good because
Mm-hmm.
take, and the rook takes.
Mm.
And suddenly it looks,
Chances,
yeah,
absolutely.
play definitely. I mean, black can never lose, of course, but
Mm.
it's not so easy to win either,
Mm.
I think. So maybe go here,
Mm.
and we said
Take.
take. Do we run?
Run, Forest.
Yes.
And rook e5.
But now we can play bishop f6, right?
Mm. Take on g6.
Trick time.
Yeah, it's tricky time.
Yeah. But maybe we can just move away. This pawn is very dangerous now.
Of
Let's say we
course.
go here.
Knight e5 check.
Aha, you have this check. Okay, sorry, that was a mistake. No, I would go.
Take it, take it. Don't you
You
think?
take it, yeah.
Now rook. Okay, it's not so clear maybe.
Nah.
Rook c6 here. Mm-hmm. No, there is some chances here actually.
Yeah. But he played bishop b2 after bishop e7, so this is the position now. He didn't
Mhm.
play. He didn't play.
Okay. No, okay, I see. Yeah.
That's not so easy.
This is not so easy.
Still fighting.
Mm. Mm.
Okay, so what about Bassam?
Maybe. Yeah.
King e6, yeah.
And now the opponent is thinking.
Is there something with g6? Is that a
Yeah,
move?
that's what I thought. Yeah, and then knight e2 check.
But you can also play this now, right? Or maybe then you can go here.
Exactly. No. So knight e2 check is the move.
And then I'm just trying to
Mm-hmm.
get. So now, yeah, and now you have to move the king, and then you get in
Exactly.
probably, yeah. So
No. That is not winning.
winning.
Now king f6.
No, we have knight b3, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But
h7. And king here. Yeah.
the problem is you can never take the pawns.
No.
It's a draw. This is the draw.
So go back. So it's knight e2 check again.
But it's g6. You want to go
Mhm.
this?
Mm-hmm.
And if the king goes back, then you go here.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, you have to go with the king.
Mm-hmm.
And now the king comes jumping up again. But we can go here, and take,
Exactly.
and we win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What an end game this was. Incredible.
Yeah, he played A2. Your initial
Mm-hmm.
plan. This to me looks like it's the end of the game, isn't it? You can play E7, right?
King F7.
King F7, and then you can try this.
Then you go down.
Then go down, and then you can give a check, and then
C6,
C6,
yeah,
and then
that's
you
right.
resign. And now you resign.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's how it. That's how it will end, probably. So we have these 3 games. Rook G1 he played.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and take on B4.
Yeah. And now comes the H4.
H4. Now it's time for it. But now, isn't it a little bit, like knight C4 and knight E5, and then knight F3, something like that?
Yeah, you I mean, this is also an idea, because if you
Yeah.
play H3, there is a
Mhm.
check, right? So
I was thinking that maybe you can just take it actually,
take
and
where?
then run with the H3 pawn.
Yeah, this is an idea. Maybe that is.
But again, maybe then you
Yeah.
have knight E5 check and so on. But so it was not. It's
So
not clear
this-
actually.
this
Check.
check
Go back.
somewhere
maybe
here.
knight F3. I didn't see. I thought it could play H2, but
And white wins.
no.
No, of course. not.
Rook B1 maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's even good. This. I don't know.
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah, A3.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
This is very tricky.
very tricky also. And how much time do they have? 2 minutes. Oh my god.
So
Okay, now I was thinking.
I think H6
Yes.
we have come to the conclusion that this seems to be the critical, very tough line to play, but we have this important check, and the only move here is to take a knight.
Mm-hmm. And G6.
But then we can just start moving here, and it's completely lost for white,
Mm.
I think.
I think so too.
So instead of H6,
What did he play?
he didn't play anything, I think.
I was thinking.
So he could play G6,
Mm.
but then we played this, I think.
Again, yeah.
There, we go up here. This comes,
Yes.
and we take this.
Mm. King E4, King F7.
King. Then it's completely lost because we.
H6, H6.
But we take this.
Take King D5. No,
But you cannot. It's not possible.
no. King D5. It's possible, but you just
It
move your
doesn't.
knight
Yeah, somewhere,
somewhere, and then
wherever.
knight to E3 check. Yeah.
So G6, 92. King here,
Mm-hmm.
and the king. This goes here.
We have the. I mean, yeah, it's
and
the
then,
same.
Then it's this, and you have to go here, and then it's very easy win. No, it's
Mhm.
win. It's a win. It's a win.
Yep. It is.
Egypt, the mother of the world, or is it the mother or the mother? I don't know.
Strange.
So
Okay,
there
so
was
he's...
he played H6. He played H6 in the
Mhm,
game.
mhm.
H6 was played. I can see it on the.
I see, okay. And he played
And
knight
he-
d2.
he-
We are not
he-
surprised.
He played the move.
And now,
King
king
F4.
f4.
Now comes the cruncher here. Knight C4. This is typical in knight endings, you know, the knight the jump and the checks and the threats and the forks and
He hasn't played it yet,
no.
so he's thinking.
Yeah. Maybe he will resign. I mean, he's
Bassam,
no.
the
Jacob. I mean, he has seen it, of course.
Mhm. Of course. What is the time? He's thinking.
But he hasn't taken on C4
No,
yet.
that's what I meant.
What's he thinking about?
I mean, it would be embarrassing if you lose the game, so maybe he just want to ensure.
Yeah, there is some strange. No, the only thing would be this knight take a knight,
Mhm.
but the knight is dominated already, so
Mm.
I don't see it. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a nice ending,
It is.
but I don't think he had seen this.
In the very beginning, no.
No, I think
No.
he thought it was much easier than this.
Yeah, I'm sure. But he's still thinking.
He's thinking. Okay, so let's just have a look here.
Mhm.
Okay, so the pawn is
Mhm.
on E6,
Mm-hmm.
protected by a bishop on C8.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't think this will actually solve the problem.
Rook c1.
What happens here? It's white's move. Okay, so white. But if you take, I mean, it's just ridiculous. There's nothing. Well, he can take
Take on f7.
take on F5. Okay, we take a queen,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a check.
King goes up. d6.
If you go to E8, there is bishop and there's a rook.
Mm.
But this wins also. I mean, this also wins. You don't. There is no problem here.
This is so...
It's just.
It's not
over.
very dangerous, huh?
No, it's nothing. It's not nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to Khan.
Mm-hmm. What about b5?
Yeah. But then A3 is a possibility.
Bishop d4?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. So, go here.
Look at the times.
Yeah. It's nerve time.
Mm-hmm.
You could play a move like Bishop C5 if you want to.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe rook e5?
Yes. At some point you need to push the H pawn. Should you take on E3?
But this is not so clear anymore.
No, it's not there.
I would be a little bit worried, you know. This has actually happened now. You can see
Oh,
Bassam's game.
yeah, okay.
It's knight.
So, yeah, so this happened. King F4, knight takes. Yeah, this position. But this is just a resignation for white. Because the knight cannot move. And the C pawn and the D pawn and the knight, yeah, they will just go up.
Because c4, you know, as soon as you play g6, you play king to f6.
Right.
And then you play king g7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he plays D5. It doesn't matter. He can do it
Mhm.
any way he wants. It's winning it all the same.
Mm-hmm. But what about G6?
Oh, wait. Yeah, what happens now? Here, why did you play D5? Because now you can do this.
No, then you give a check on D3 and you take on G7.
Ah, yeah, you have this. Yeah. Here, and I take.
Look at this.
And we get this ending. What do you think about
That's a good one.
Yeah. No, this is winning. It's been winning for quite some time, but it was not obvious.
Obvious is the wrong word, yeah.
So this is the position. Okay. So what do we have? We have Tiger.
Mm-hmm. Take on F5. Take on F5, check.
King E7 is this is the no, but this
This is
yeah.
the position, okay.
So Tiger is thinking about his options here,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he is fully aware that this is completely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But he still calculates rook takes F5 and rook F7 check. He gets one or two checks. So we can look at it again just to be
No, I
certain.
think this is we don't need to check this one.
Check. And you can go.
King D6 is enough.
Oh,
You can also go here actually. But
Yeah.
then there is a check here and
Go
you can-
back, yeah.
Yeah. So the best maybe is this.
Mm.
I don't know. Check here.
Mm.
Now if you take this pawn, white actually, he might, yeah, then maybe he makes a draw.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
that
I
would be a mistake.
Yeah, but this will not happen.
No, this.
That's better.
And now you have to play this. But unfortunately your position is not good enough for this type of adventure.
That's right.
We have the so-called ladder mate.
Mm-hmm.
The ladder mate.
And Khan is thinking now. Look at this. His time is going down. I think he has spoiled it actually.
He has spoiled it already.
This starts to look a little bit.
Yeah, his pawns are not really advancing. And white is controlling A1 with the bishop
And the two bishops and the rook, in an attack.
and the knight.
Oh my god.
I mean, white is attacking with these four pieces.
What happened? What is that?
White could actually win this now. It's possible.
I think that white will win. Actually.
Well, let's see.
It's
The
always
threat. What is the one threat is to take on E7 and maybe
check on B A2.
A2 take on and then the
You will win.
White is better at least.
Yeah, I think white will win
Yeah.
that. Okay, let's see now. This comes.
Okay, can you guys explain why Jacob
Wait,
chose
yes.
a horse instead of a queen? Yeah, we can explain that. So in this position where he took the knight here, if you take a queen, there is knight G6 check. This is the important thing. It's a double trouble, you could call it. And the king must move, and the queen goes. That's the reason.
And black is easily winning. So the only chance was to take a knight, but the problem is that the knight on E5 is totally dominating the knight on H8,
Yeah.
so it cannot come out. So
No, so in the game we have this position now, the one we talked about.
is this the game?
Yeah,
actually?
this happened.
So he will give up now.
Yeah, now it's resigns. Now you resign. Yeah, he won. Well, that was a really hard game.
Yes. My
A
God.
really tough game.
But,
all the phases of the game, the opening was very complex, the middle game was extremely complex, the ending.
Oh, what an ending! It was
and
fantastic. This night ending.
And we see here now
It was a draw. Huh?
that in this position, the king G3 move that we criticized, king going in the wrong direction, is the losing move. It's an equal game. You should play king F3.
And now?
And then king G5, king E4, knight B4. And we have your position.
Yeah.
But we know already that it doesn't matter who is.
Because H6 is a
Yeah,
draw.
yeah. So king E3, knight C6, king F3, knight E5 here, knight G4, king D5, knight E5. Yeah, and this is a draw you take on. So king G3, big mistake. And then you have this somewhat surprising win. And this, I think it's the only move you can. So That was very nice. Yeah, this is... King d3 was best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then we have this knight f3, h7, knight e5, king e3,
King
knight g6.
And king e4.
King e4. Yeah, but we have this move. I mean, what's the problem? Isn't
King
it?
f4.
Can we not do... Maybe that's not so clear, is it?
Yeah. At least, probably this was the best chance, huh?
Yeah, we can check it just for fun. Yeah, it's winning. So
Mm.
knight g6, king... Yeah, and yeah, this is winning. Okay, very good. So this game is over. Now we only have... we have Tiger, which... And this is over.
Is over also,
Yes,
I
it's
guess.
also. Then we have... This is the only...
This is the only one. On the other hand, this is
No.
interesting.
Yeah. I don't think he should exchange rooks.
No, if you can avoid it, you should.
I'm thinking, what about bishop c4? What do you
Yeah,
think about
that's what I thought as well.
that? Then you have the threat to bishop f3, bishop c3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this move looks reasonable, and you might have a threat to retreat here and attack the rooks.
Mm-hmm. This must be this move played. Yeah.
Yeah, he played it.
Mm-hmm.
Did Anna Kramling win her match today? Well, okay, let's have a look. Is it okay if I go back?
Draw.
She made a draw today
With Baldur.
with Baldur.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
That's a good result. A titled player.
Mm-hmm.
So congrats to Pia and Anna.
Mm-hmm.
And we go back to where we were. We were here. We were finished with that one.
Hmm.
And this one we say it's...
It is over, I'm sure it
yeah,
is.
He hasn't played King E7, or maybe White has actually resigned here.
I
This
think
is
so,
also
yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
And so basically we're left with this game, and we have this position.
Mm-hmm. He will play a2 here.
And then we take it,
And then you swap off
the
the
rooks,
rooks. That's the only chance.
and offer a draw.
Yeah. I think that's the only chance.
Yeah, maybe. So tomorrow we will get Bassam against Liviac.
Mm-hmm. It will be...
That will be a good game.
Yeah, this will be the final. He took. Oh, yeah. Interesting. I was a bit surprised by that. I thought it was going to play a2.
What happens if we take on
Maybe.
E1?
Okay, maybe. What do you mean now? You know, you can take on c4 and then play rook a4, you know, so...
Yeah, this is playable also.
Yeah, for sure. You can take knight, take c4 as well.
What is this? Is he losing his mind?
No, but what should... I don't know what should... You know, a2 was my idea.
Yeah, he played this.
Mm-hmm. Now he need to swap off.
So... Yeah. Okay. So, what's your take from today?
Chess is difficult. I mean, I think that this, I must say, it was an amazing endgame with Bassam. I think that he actually, in a critical moment, because it felt like he was winning, in the, you know, when he had this knight and queen and so on. But I think he underestimated the possibilities for white.
Yeah, I agree.
That must be, and then he really needed a little bit of luck, you could say, to win. But still impressive to find this maneuver with a knight to d2, like you found here.
Well, we have the advantage that we can move the pieces around and try. How many lines did we try before we found it?
Of course. Yeah.
But I actually saw this, that he didn't have a really good square for the king after this knight check. It wasn't so difficult, but very impressive that he found it. A little bit of pity for his opponent that he didn't find the right way to walk. Because what he played was, you could see that there was something wrong with it, in my view. Because it's like this, this old study by Reti, when you move your king from h8 to g7 to f6, and you hunt up this pawn, h pawn. And you need to do several things at the same time. Okay, so now he loses the. But do you think this is a win for white? Or what?
Yes,
you think it's a
I
win?
do. Yes, I do.
The knight is very strong, right? That's a pity, because Khan played a really good game, I think, and he had lots of possibilities, but somehow in time pressure it just fell apart. This happens. So do we have any more games here that are interesting? We can see that there has been yes, Edwin won and Hampus lost. William also won, which is good.
I mean, here you can even play like f5, f6, and then play knight h8, I think. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this...
Okay, so what do you say, Tom?
You want to call this a win for white? I think
yes.
We cannot say that, but on the same time, I think the stream, we are sort of finished here now.
Yes.
And you are of course welcome to just watch the games and see what happens. We predict a win. We'll see tomorrow if that's true or not. And tomorrow, it's Saturday, and it's the next to last round.
And we start at 2 o'clock.
And we have a final game between Liviac and Bassem. I think
this will decide the tournament.
Those two have been the most impressive players, I think, even though Bassem had his downfall against Falkewall. But that was sort of because he told me that he had seen this mate, but he saw the defense that you can sacrifice the queen on g6, in that game. For anyone who goes back there, Bassem had seen all of these things, and then he played a bad move instead of playing the best, because he thought that maybe it would be a draw if he played this. Anyway, thank you for watching today. It's been great. Thanks for all the comments, and goodbye from two goofs here in Stockholm.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.